And get your mic on here in a sec. What's going on, man? How you doing? Let's see. Back here to Chase, who started this party, and coins here with the lower end of the straight with a redraw to an 8. So we got your mic on, I think, so.
Hello, hello.
There we go. We got you right
All
there.
right.
Jay Wynn here in the house.
Hey, everybody. Carolyn.
Mark,
Mark, thanks for having me.
Hey, great to have you on here. It's like, this is a good window of time to get you here in the mix, introduce more people here to you. Here we go. We have got coins most likely going to be facing a Giganto raise here on the turn as Chad's going to go ahead protect his hand. Pot it. Obviously trying to defend against any other, maybe 2 pairs. Maybe get it, in a sense, fold out an ace-high flush draw, potentially gets max value. And this is just a tough spot for coins. So I can't imagine, if he's relatively new to Hold'em, that, trying to get into a PLO spot with the lower end of this, these can get really costly. So deuce of clubs on the end. Chaz, even with the king-8 of clubs, can't sit here and feel really particularly awesome about this. That the hand that he's up against is the one that is like, well, I guess if you have ace-high clubs, you have it. But he's going to go ahead and rip it for just about the amount. Oh, actually, excuse me, he's going to make that 2K with the $500 pink chips and going to pay it off, as we'll see. Well, bad news there for coins to start off this broadcast. And, well, we will start that again. No shade at all. Coin's about as good a guy as there gets. So, all right. So, again, here we got in the chat, Jedi Master Ted, William Lottie, Racer Nerd, Moose Duty, Tipsy Van Diesel, and Jeremy Terrell hopping on in. We invite you on in. Make sure to hit that like button, click subscribe. Mike Gimblett here with J1. You can follow him at J1Poker on the gram. Man, I think you've been on your tour across Texas. You've been on like every stream besides like the Georgetown stream or the Bet stream.
Yeah, I actually haven't been playing poker that long, just for about a year and a half. And I think TCH was where I finally hit my pivot point.
Sure.
Where there was a lot of great competition. So many of the people on this table right here were the guys that I talk to every day, learn from, ask really good questions. And, Texans do what Texans do. They share a lot of information.
It is quite a wicked environment to step in and, quote, learn poker, because I don't know if it's conventional in the sense, but I think if you can learn how to master some of these streets here, like I think, you're going to do pretty well. We had a $20 and a $40 rate, a straddle, a raise up front by Anderson, Cole, and a couple of spots, Bones in the small blind with 7s. And it's going to be a king 7 deuce.
Action.
Anderson here with the ace of diamonds. Chase here with top pair. Chase taking the lead, as we tend to see in these spots, to just kind of put out a feeler bet and protect his hand inevitably if there's.
Oh, I love to see what Bones do here.
Pot of about 1.4K. He's sitting with 6. It's going to be a call here from Bones, as doesn't necessarily want to blast everybody out of the pot here and price himself in if he does get a turn card like this that kind of just messes up his hand. With 1.8, Chase will decide to make a bet here, which is just, you've got Anderson right there frothing at the mouth, foaming at the mouth, whatever you do at the mouth. Anderson right now with a new suit out here, and he says, all right, it has paid for itself in this hand.
That's a tough bet by Chase, because he's blocking the king.
We'll see.
Oof.
If Anderson just elects to go to Smooth City here, and Bones is going to, oh, okay, nope, it was a raise and factor by Anderson, and that will chase out Bones. Will not be able to have to get the attempt to boat up here, and Chase is forced to fold. So, boy, does this guy Anderson ever run good? Have you ever seen him run bad? I mean, have you ever seen him run I know he probably has counter, results to that, but I guess when we didn't stream last Thursday, he didn't win. So the poker god's been pretty friendly, but he's also a great player here too. So
I've seen him run. I played with Anderson a lot, and I've seen him run pretty bad at times. The cool thing about him is that he keeps such a cool composure, and just like a lot of these guys, he puts in volume.
Right.
So one bad session never has to turn into 2 or 3, and that's one of the cool qualities about Anderson.
Yeah, I am amazed by people that will just continue to play day to day to day to day, and it just seems like there is no rest. And it's passion for the game, and man, it's got a lot of it right there. The yard is formerly known as Westlake Matt, with some Jiggities, some Judies, some Jays, some JJ Reddicks. It's going to pop this up, and no sign if the 7 deuce game is on. If not, Colby recently cashed in on a Giganto tournament around this year. We've got a Giganto tournament ourselves coming up. As spicy 3-bet here by Chase. Not a huge sizing, but one that is going to give him a great run out here as he pairs a 7 and makes clubs. Back to Chase, who will take a lead out at first, which I think if you're Matt can symbolize a lot of different things in the spot, but not enough that he feels like why bother here. That was a pretty big size bet there by Chase after that. All right, PLO Addicts says, what a beautiful donation for Chaz. Let's see, ATX Poker checking here in the house. Yep, again, this is a sub 510 uncapped. Players can buy in for as much as they want, and chance we'll see that being the case here tonight. As boy, I don't think you can top this lineup as far as what you're kind of looking for on this program.
Yeah, for sure.
I wish we could mic up Petey because A, he'll never stop talking, and B, like at least 70% of it will be pretty funny. I love Raz and Pete, but he is one of the absolute funniest people in this community, I think. All right, Anderson here picking up ace king at coins. Going to put in a min bet. 3 bets here to 30 to 130, and now Bones probably going to 4-bet town. So we'll put it in here for at least 375, 475. One extra black chip in there. All right, now if you're Anderson.
Oh, I'd love to see what Anderson does here.
Oh, he folds. And this is where Coins' 3-bet really kind of just takes him out of the picture to a degree that it's like, okay, well, now it's a 4-bet, so that signals top of range hands. Maybe I just don't want to even get mixed up in between these two. But curious fold there out of the gate, but.
Yeah, it's tough, too. You don't want Bones to go after you.
No, it is not. You can find yourself there in a pressure cooker. Old Bones. So, okay. We got you. When you said you've only been playing like a year and a half is when you've gotten into poker, or is like year and a half seriously?
Yeah, I think, you go into college and you learn the game. I started UT Austin when I was in 2005.
Okay.
And you learn the game a little bit there and here and there.
Okay, so it wasn't like you were just totally like, I get 2 cards. What now?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had a little bit.
Right. But I went to Vegas for the first time in November 2019.
Uh-huh.
And, man, I had my first session, and I was just so hooked. And when I got back, and I remember it was December 2019, I just started playing a ton. Signed up for a local poker house, and that eventually led to a membership here. And just been playing a lot. And COVID really accelerated things because you move into the online space. You just get a lot more volume in.
I've certainly seen that here. As we have Matt opening one off the end of the gun with the ace 7 of diamonds, coins 3-betting, and we're going to bring it back around to Chaz with pocket 5s. As the 10-9-8 board, Checks all the way through. Maybe we just get your mic closer.
Here we go.
I hear you fine, but I've never been the one that's like, hey, I'm a great judge of hearing. Plus, just having a headset on. So,
hey guys, is that a little bit better? Oh, I can hear myself a lot better
now. Shout. We got Coins going to take it down here at Showdown. Matt making a bet here with the lower two pair on the board. And, okay. All right. Wait. All right. He powered back up. He went from little coins to big coins. So, now he can go collect some coins. Expect a pretty awesome game. Pierre sitting here with just under 10K. Big Daddy Chaz sitting there with about 14, courtesy of that PLO bomb pot to get ourselves kicked off.
And that was just the fourth hand, huh?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So let's see here. What we got going on? We got a couple of ladies here for Dante. Now you sound like a DJ at the strip club. So maybe we just bring him back down a smidge.
All right,
how
y'all,
do you know what a DJ? Okay, all right.
Just bear with me, y'all.
There we go. We got a wheel draw, flush draw here for the Big Daddy. And Dante here with the overpair. So we will see some action. It looks like it is going to be a check raise here by Chaz. Was first act, Dante C-bet. Never mind. The bet was just off the screen. And money card here for Chaz.
Wow. This is so disguised, too.
Interesting spot here for Dante. Let's see how Chaz decides to approach this. He is going to take the lead at this. I don't know if you saw Pete do that there. There was a 100 chip that ruled to him, so then he kept it and tossed out the $5 chip. But that's the kind of shenanigans he's usually good for. But all right, bet and a call. Seven's up here. Probably is going to get Chaz paid, so I can't imagine. Any of the primary read that Dante could be like, just go like, default to a heart draw in this spot, and kind of once it breaks and pairs up, that it's, unless you're worried about a hand, say like 7-6.
Pot size.
And Chaz going for the kill here as the $500 pinks, the $100 blacks, and the $25 green splash down for a bet of about 1,300.
Yeah.
Going to get the call by Dante, and you just got Chaz'd.
Such a great read by Chaz. Knows that Dante is in early position, knows that most likely has an overpair. I mean...
And I think he went kind of counter to what a lot of players might do, that he hits his card there on the turn and out of position. It's just, you're almost automatically in like check trap mode.
Yep.
And knows his image well enough to be able to...
Absolutely.
To just go ahead and lead on it.
Yeah. And he... and if he misses his flush draw, he's supposed to be betting big too. And so, I mean, that's just a great card. And Dante's side, I mean, he kind of rules aces and kings out because he would have 4 or 3-betted.
Yeah, at least
really nice
like a high frequency at the time. Like,
yep.
There's occasionally, I think, most times where people will mix things up, and that's why it's tricky to play against Chaz, because he'll toss you in a curveball every once in a while like that. So, all right, about 200 of you fine awesome people still piling on in. Your ticket into this stream is crushing that like button. Welcome anybody joining us here from the Crush Life Calling Show.
The
and
action continues
with some rockets. All right, here we go. Chase here with Ace King. So
let's go.
I think Bones is pretty happy he got a seat in this game here tonight. It's been a pretty a decent start. He had a full set of sevens. A completely one-tone board as decides now, how do I play Chase like a fiddle in this spot? And I'm not going to get too complicated with it. I'll put the 4-bet back in.
Yep.
And get the quick call here from Chase. We go heads up.
I love the sizing. He only went roughly about 2.5 or so.
And he's going to love this board, though.
Yeah.
Here is ace, 8-7-6, 2 diamonds. Bones does have the ace of diamonds, so he doesn't necessarily have to hate it to a degree, but he could probably pick Chase to have a lot of overpairs in this spot and the kind of hands that he has versus like.
Yep.
But it is also a territory where 8s, 7s, 6s, 9s, 10s can also be in there.
For sure,
so
yep.
my guess would be Bones is going to probably. I don't know. This would be.
Yeah, I like small and frequent here. You can get the rest of Chase's stack. I mean, unless you're putting him on like King Queen or King Jack of diamonds, and it just there's not a lot of combinations that you really want to keep worse hands in right now. 10s, Jacks, Queens.
And I guess the thought I was rounding to was, does he expect that if he checks here that Chase is just going to knuckle it, or because there are some spots where the board texture comes out enough that you can anticipate maybe some turn aggression that then you just go for the kill. But here, pretty straightforward. Hand's pretty much played itself out in such a way that if you figured, I think Chase calls the 500 that it's got to be 9s, 10s.
Yeah.
And I guess in some cases, sometimes you'll get some ace-king floats, but I don't know. Maybe I'll have to ask you what you think on ace-king floats sometimes. Because I see it across cash games. I never really know how to define it in such a way. I'm like, is this good? Is this bad? Is this just situational? But
yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to float ace-king out of position. But even in position against strong pairs, I think you only have about 30 or so % equity.
Yeah.
So it's not that great. Suited helps a little bit better, and people get a lot more excited about it. But I think you're getting like a couple of extra points.
Yeah. I mean, it's I mean, it's just like one of those things that's circumstantial. Like if their moment arrives, then it's got its value. But it's just it is as okay. Mike Emblett here, the dude talking here with J1. Follow him at J1 Poker on Instagram. I'll post it right up there. Are you getting into the vlogosphere? Is that the direction you're heading? Like, did I read that right?
Yeah, I finally hired I think the cool thing about putting yourself out there is that people share their stories with you.
Sure.
And I get a whole wide spectrum of things. And through normal conversations, there was just one particular gentleman where he just said, hey, I edit videos. And I was like, oh, I need a video editor. And then from there on, we made a small plan. We said, hey, let's just work together on 3 or 4 videos, and let's see how it goes afterward.
This one might make the highlight reel here if we get some big-time action.
There we go. Oh.
Pete here with the worst of it in betting, not knowing that Anderson here, pair flush draw, Dante here with the massive combo draw, and we get the check raise. So puts Dante's hand in a weird spot because he's only going to have 1,000 left if he just calls here, so he's going to rip it. Pete's totally done with this, but he'll put on a show because it's a funny man. So Anderson, not realizing here that he's been gifted a pretty good spot, is really only going to have to fade straight card outs in this spot, but we'll count it out.
So Anderson needs to be roughly about 33% good here.
And as we see, he's
way better.
yeah, even way better than that. So,
but Dante has a great image, right? Dante is not ripping it out here with 6-5 suited and in the +1 spot.
Yeah, it is.
Let's go, Anderson.
Anderson probably thinks he's up against a set, but he's going to realize it's like,
I think
I'm
they said
way
2.
better than that. And
2 boards, I think. These guys are friends.
Friend, yeah. Everybody's a friend there with their good friend Anderson. Here we go. 7 here on the turn. Still good. Has to fade. The 8 or 3 and a scooper duper super here for Anderson.
Nice job, Anderson. Nice job.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be the secret to winning on the stream is that you got to wear a nice suit, you got to dress up, got to look like a fucking Bond villain sometimes. That was the joke I made. We were playing that 1-3 game one night, and it's kind of like talkative on the table, and I just started giving him shit about that. So Anderson's pretty fun, pretty good guy here.
Yeah,
So
he's great.
as we continue here, TCH Live 5-10 uncapped.
Have you seen his new arm tattoo with his logo on it?
No, did he really do that?
He did, but it does look good.
Awesome. It does.
And
okay.
For guys like Anderson and Coins, they just go all out with their brand.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm amazed that is what this show has. I mean, like, you could start a poker show fine.
Yeah.
You know, have the care, but like over the years with people who have just leaned into their characters. And I mean, that's kind of the fun part about it. It's like if you want to come be, you know, a character of yourself, like Big Daddy Chaz here, who was just Chaz, and then we just had fun with the chat and started calling him Big Daddy, and the rest. And now he's got his own Instagram handle with that. Like I never expected any of this. I just thought we would kind of joke around and try to have an occasional good insight every once in a while. But all right, Anderson gonna smooth call the raise from Chaz here. So two of the big stacks on the table potentially tangling up as Colby with garbage. And Dante will step out, and boy, this lineup just got even more explosive. We got Andrew back here in the mix. Has always played really big here. Made a tournament final table for us, which now with the WPT Step Series. Check out our website on TexasCardHouse.com if you want to get details on how all that works. We've got our monthly main event, Steps 2 this Sunday. Check us out. $330 single re-entry, $20K guaranteed prize pool, and the winner moves on to stage 3, the final stage before going to the steps.
I can see Coins paying a second street on this.
Yep, so Anderson gets checked to, bets, gets a call here by Coins. 1.1K, looks like he's sizing up to like 8. The 700 there. As back here, the Coins will fold second pair. Good laydown. Took kind of a rough one. Starting off with the PLO bomb pot. Like, yeah, this is another guy here that relatively new to poker. He kind of understands that he's swimming with the sharks here, but about as good of a human being as there is. And he had to go through a minor, well, I wouldn't call it a minor, but brain surgery. And newborn daughter, I think probably over a year old. So it's a man that is picking still, you know, hey, finding a time. I think is a guy that you can root for just because he's come into this game way later than a lot of people and at a more advanced age and showing like, you know, hey, I can still have fun. I can still enjoy myself and I can still learn. So as we slow down the action, I could just get things halted here quick, but loading up Andrew's stack as I think we get him here into the table, or if we just figure out we'll get him in the mix when he sits down. As fortunately for Dante, see him back here. He's done pretty well in the 2-5 stream, so you can get kind of expensive rebuying into this game and swimming around. So, and Coins here with some Cowboys. Here we go. Colby open here to 60. It is going to be a small price back to him. Back to 65 as we go heads up here. Favorable board there for Coins. Colby completely whiffs at it.
Love to see a small bet. Too big.
Yeah, he's. But I mean, to be fair, even on a small bet, I guess maybe a small bet if he made it say like 75 to 125. He might find some floats there in that spot, but just going to go ahead and take it down.
Nice job, Coins.
It was just, it was under 500, so we can't go too crazy. So
you were mentioning about how great of a guy Coins is, and just a quick anecdote. Like every time we at the table, sometimes we bring up other people. You start facing the same player pool every day, but you never hear anything bad about Coins. I mean, everybody's always talking about how great of a family man he is, and it's pretty cool to bump into people like that around the table.
Yeah, and well traveled, has lived all around the world, and
really nice guy too. Like, and he has like really cool things that you can aspire to have someday.
I know,
and he's so humble about it.
he is a baller in the sense that, like, if you just, if you just met him in the room and he played a 1-2, you wouldn't know. Like,
exactly.
Just like he's very unassuming, awesome dude. So, all the way around, and we had Andrew opening his first hand here at the table. Going to get called by Chaz and Coins on the button here with the 8-7, and Andrew here with a straight draw, Chaz here with middle pair, and a gutter butter. We'll wipe out here.
Andrew has the ace of hearts, and he can get a little creative with future streets, even if he misses on the 10. Curious of what he does.
Well, we'll see if this gets checked all the way through.
This might be an action killer.
Must be a big Grant Cardone fan because he's got the 10X hat on. I don't know if anybody else got that reference. I try to get into that for a little bit, and I'm just like, I'm going to go ahead and put this down. But I get the message. 10X your life, man, and 10X your bet sizing. I don't know. That's Chaz, after seeing Andrew checks, is going to go ahead and bet this turn card here of 200.
You're not in on the Apple Watch group?
And we're going to make the call, and
let's see what he does here.
See if Chaz decides to go for a bet or just knuckle this one and flip over his jack.
Check.
Yeah, it's. I guess maybe Andrew can toss in some check raises in some spots if he decides. But, I mean, you're in a weird spot trying to do that against Chaz. So it's a blit river as we'll take it down. Chaz continues the onslaught. Does Ben Winger, why does the action at this game seem much better than the Dallas one? Well, you've not gotten the opportunity to learn the personalities of TCH Dallas. So I think you just give it time. It's every day is going to have something kind of different, which I think is if you're going to be streaming now 6 times a week like we are, opportunity to peek into different worlds and different games. So again, Monday 5:10, generally 5:10. Tuesday is our big 5:10 game, Dallas. Wednesday is the 125 PLO at TCH Dallas. Thursdays, again, both those shows hosted by Ben Kirby. Thursday is 2-5 Match Stack in Austin with Aaron McAvoy hosting, as we've got a turn flush here for Andrew and no hand for our Coins. And Saturday, I believe, is a 20K guaranteed tournament final table for TCH Dallas. And then on Sunday, it is the WPT Step Series, generally our 7K guaranteed tournament, Step 1 of the WPT Step Series. And we will have Step 2, our monthly main event on Sunday, this coming Sunday, the 28th. So come on out for that. You win that, you will get a chance to go to the Step 3 finals. A 6-handed final table for the right to go to the WPT Steps Championship on a nice, good old cruise.
How's that program been going, by the way, the WPT Steps?
We had actually our biggest turnout on Sunday for about, I think, like 60 entries, prize pool of about 9,906 entries into the Step 2. So I think people are intrigued by the just kind of differentness of it. It's not different, not a word, but just a different taste of a little extra added incentive. So
Yeah.
and they're already really great structured tournaments, so it's kind of nice they have that kind of name value involved with it. Okay, speaking of action here, let's get going. We got Matt opening ace king, coins calling in between with the 7-6 bones, pocket fives on the button. Pierre coming out with the 3-bet out of the straddle to 600. And the artist formerly known as Westlake Matt going to make the call here to 500. Westgate. And we have ourselves potentially four-way pot here. Bones now deciding if it's 500 more to call. Here in a pot with 1,900 in it. Getting himself a nice massage there from Alicia from Texas Royal Touch. Follow him at Texas Royal Touch on the gram. Massage for $1.50 a minute. As top pair, top kicker for Matt. As bottom pair for coins. Pierre with a gutter ball.
What's the bet?
Let's see. Pierre going to put out a C-bet here in this spot. So we'll make this at 850. And all right, you're Matt here in this spot. You've got 3.4K. What do you do? Is this Rip City here? Is this? It seems like a call, but it's. He may try to gauge what bones and coins do right behind him. 4-ball here on the turn as neither player with a spade. Let's see if, we get a check over to Matt, and this may just take care of it if he decides to go ahead and bet at this. Is pot size of 4.1K. I mean, does he have a bet anything other than all in at this spot unless he maybe decides to knuckle it? Does
a lot of times what you can do is you can bet small here, and that retains the betting lead into the river. So it's kind of like a cheap way to get to showdown without giving the opponent a way to bluff.
He could also fear he may be up against ace-king with the ace of spades at this point, that it's just like, if you're going to bet, like, he's probably going to call me, and then I'm missing at the chance to maybe just not be on the back end of the free roll there.
Yeah.
And it's going to see he's got the goods. Mikey Luke says, don't like the flat with ace-king. Well, I mean, I think the one thing that I'm always trying to keep in mind with these guys that play with each other a lot is that idea of balance, that it's just sort of like not all moves are automatic in the sense of like, this is routinely higher, so you're just supposed to 4-bet. You're just supposed to 3-bet. And tricky right there. Laying out there in the weeds with ace-king unsuited. Gets it done there for Westgate Math. All right, 366. You find freaking awesome people joining us here on a TCH Live. Don't forget, 500K guaranteed tournament coming up April 8th through the 11th. If you want to join us here at either Austin, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, or Dallas, you can certainly do so. Day 2 going to be on Sunday, the 11th of April. Day 2 at 1 p.m., all at Dallas, but you can play your day 1 to qualify. Austin, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, and Dallas. Check out our website, texascardhouse.com, for dates and flight information and starting times. We hope to see you out there and make dollar bills, y'all. Well, we've seen kings quite a bit here tonight in Bones. The next player to pick them up is will make it 100. Going to make a call here between Pete and Chase, and big flop here for Chase. You like to say the ace magnets as always?
Oh, that's what I call it. The ace magnets.
You got to get out of that thought. You're channeling fat vibes into your hand, and it's just happened. You're speaking it into existence. So, all right. Chase is going to bet on it. Did we get a seat? Okay, we got a seat change here from Chase as well. So he moved from the spot that Andrew was in. Yeah, this is probably a fold here by Bones, which Hey, we got the great Steam Dola in the chats and Sunday.
Love the big bet from Chase because he's targeting strong ace-x hands, which he crushes right now.
Yeah, absolutely destroys.
I love it. Obviously, he doesn't know he's against the kings, but that's such a great bet for ace-king, versus the ace-king, ace-queen hand.
Yeah. It's most assuredly going to be able to max out his value in that spot. But unfortunately, Bones with the kinks and doesn't have to pay too hefty a price to make the fold. There's PM joining in the chat. We were talking about William Lottie saying that first Dallas show is pretty nuts, crazy nuts. His captain under pairs, 10K, 20. It certainly seemed. I was getting done with the gig, so I didn't really have time to go through it all. We've got a couple of highlight reels that maybe I should check out. But I fully expect it's going to be off the freaking rails for TCH Dallas as those games continue to grow, develop, and you have people pop out of the woodworks that, hey, they want to be a star, or they want to get in there and mix things up.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Anderson opening here with Judy's. All right, Chaz here with a choice of coffee or Gatorade. What do you think he chooses first?
I've never seen Chad drink a coffee. That's great.
It's like a cold coffee, though. A lot of people love that.
Yeah, I've seen Chad drink a lot of things. Not a coffee, though.
As bet here by Anderson. Gonna get a quick call here by Chase. 3-ball here on the turn. Steam Dola saying what's up, Mikey and J1. Good to see you here, Steamy. The Steam team. The Dream Team Steam.
Hey, Matt. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well, brother.
Bet and call and 6 here on the end as Chase pairs up. And Anderson here, the big winner thus far in this game, is going to face a 500 bet. And bet at 500, and Anderson, seeing this board, just saying, gosh, there's really not a ton of hands I can beat.
Nice job, Chase, applying the pressure on the turn when he gained some equity with that 3, was it, I think?
Yeah.
So 5, 6, and 7s would have given him the effective nuts.
As William Lottie is saying, Dallas makes us look like Nets. No, you look Nets. Okay, no, we're kidding. Yeah, and again, it's just sort of it's like that magic word sample size. It's just, okay, well, let's get a huge volume of it, and then we'll be able to be like, Dallas players are crazy, and it's, hey, we'll see how that transpires over time. Somebody asking 12 times here, please shout out Tara Yu from Japan. Well, if you don't stop, that's good ticket to Band City there, sir. Poker Paulie, do massages help you win? Absolutely. I believe that it's tough to win if you've got a lot of tension within you. You got to relax, man. So I have seen some players fall asleep, though, as Chase opens to 65 and gets no action in the blinds and straddle. Matt Benjamin in the chat saying they make the losses less painful. That can also be true. I've seen people there get stacked, and it's just sort of not a care in the world. I'm getting the proper treatment I need. Again, Chaz, the big winner thus far in the only 40 minutes that we've been in this stream, already up about 8,000. Anderson up 4K. We'll see if the action continues to push here as Mike Yamala with J1. Super producer Carolyn, as always, at the controls, and Coin's not a believer in the 9 Triz for good reason. The usual suspect in the chat. Greetings and salutations. Hell yes.
What's the record in the chat room at the moment?
The record? Mm-hmm. I wonder how many has ever. I'm going to have to think back as to when was our most, just batshit absurd chat night. That's probably one of the early, maybe during one of the Berkey weekends, I think was probably the most, when it's just boom, 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 boom,
right.
Just for the most part, everybody's A lot of these have been pretty steady. I think we've weeded out kind of a lot of the weirdos that I've spoken too soon. Never mind. Cole Sawyer need to get to Texas sometime playing some live games. Nothing good in Nashville. That's right. Just don't move here. Okay.
Cole, come on by whenever you want, man. I don't think tickets are that expensive, and you'd be surprised how many out-of-towners come in. It feels like every time I'm here, I'm always meeting somebody from out of town who came here just to hang out and want to play poker. So super friendly environment. Rates are great. Action's good.
Damn Skippy here as Chase going to open here under the gun with Queen 10 suited. The Pistol Petey, just going to flat here with Ace King. The Matt Benjamin, great point. Rampage night was probably been our most active chat night. That was probably what happened. Because everybody has an opinion.
Oh, let's go, Chase.
Oh boy, he's flopped the joint here as. Unfortunately, unless we get a spicy turn card here for Pete.
Let's get a heart.
It's
there goes the spice.
Spicy as it gets. All right. Chase here with bet. Sort of redraw to a higher straight here at this point, which. Pete kind of doing the double deke, like doing the double deke, like I might fold, but I'll toss him. How about coins now? Did he just put in a race in the spot to 500? He's
repping what Chase has.
Right. Or a 10-7 kind of hand that. Of course, we've seen that. You all know that made the rounds between Polk and Helmuth. That is not this situation, though. Chase going to go ahead and rip it, and Pete is going to get out of this one scot-free, as this could have gotten way expensive. But Coin's trying to make a maneuver here. Going to be back here to Pete. That he is going to give it some level of thought. I think he knows logically that based on how this action has gone, Ace King is just never great here, but it's such a pretty hand. How the hell are you going to fold that? Is what's going through his brain. And
all right, Coins. If Doug Polk can fold this, so can you.
He's got no piece of this unless we have a card error, which is not totally out of the realm of possibility, but I would. Yeah, I mean, it's just a very small.
Oh, did he call?
Wow.
Okay, he must have had two pairs or something.
Nope, not a card reader.
No, that appears.
Uh-oh.
No, he may have realized he may have pressed the misclick button here, and he'll run it twice for the sake of it, but yeah, that's going to be a fold, and unfortunately here for Coins, he will have to either rebuy, which I think probably inevitable, but oh no, Coins. Oh no. He'll be back, I hope.
Wow.
All right. Hey, Victoria here in the chat. Carlo, Elsner Brewer saying hello from Calgary. What's going on, gang? Bob's here. My good friend Bob. Super fan of the show, Bob, here in the chat. Tough one there for Coins, but he's going to press the reset button, blow into the cartridge, emerge from a pipe, and start hopping and skipping and returning back here into the streets. Somebody asked me before, Mikey Luke, how's your bracket looking? I did 12. I'm going to take a look and see if there is any that are in my decent percentage. What? I'm looking at one of my brackets here that the last one I made is currently in the 99th percentile. I made like 12 different ones. One of them I think I created kind of a wacky one. But okay, they mostly all look like crap, but I didn't do any legitimate ones.
I think that's everybody this year.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of one where like somebody who never follows it with just like clicking buttons totally has as great of a chance as, all right, this queen jack queen board. I literally hadn't even looked because I assumed they were all bad, and I'm just kind of checking them out now, and I'm like, oh, wait, there's still some hope here. All right, Chase going to go ahead and take it down here with his 2 pair. And we shall continue here on TCH Live. Mike Gamblet here with Jwin. Mikey Luke, I should ban you for that. It says Iowa wins the tournament. Very funny, man. Just try to kick a man when he's down. Okay. Poker Lives Matter. Hello from 35 and 290. PLO Addict, Mike, do you pay much attention to the NHL or not? I wish I could. It's one of those sports that I like to try to peek into once it gets into playoff time, but I only have bandwidth for so much. It's like, I wish I could add hockey. I wish I could add soccer, but I just don't have enough space.
Here's the not ace magnets.
Non. Pierre with the raise up here to 100 off of the $20 straddle. Going to get called by both Colby and Chase and Andrew.
Nice flop. Nice flop for Kings.
As Chase could be in a danger zone here as top pair, top kicker. We've got the seal of approval here by Steam Dola, the Steam Dola approved punt. That is, you got to just sometimes stop and admire a great punt every once in a while. It's okay. We go back here to Andrew, who's sitting in kind of a really sticky spot. Again, not a terrible board for 6s.
No, it's 120 to call. I think it's... He does have to worry about somebody be after him, but... Ooh, just moves it.
Little smoothie here as
like
J-Ball rolls off. Some added equity for Chase.
Well, Chase is not folding here.
Not a chance. As
But I like him keeping it small. Let's see what Pierre does.
Bet of 100 is going to be at least a raise to what, like 425? Somewhere in that range. 450. Okay.
Wow.
Seemed like the natural raise size we tend to see in these spots. So, all right, Pierre, name your price. You want to go pot size bet here at this point? It's a weird one for Chase because what does he raise? Just flat, and then he's going to flip it up and show him. Think this out loud.
I think this is a sign, right? When you show your cards, you're folding. There we go. Nice hand, nice hand.
He's going to show it to Chase and Chase alone. He said, you made a good fold there. So, it's all right. Mikey Luke, oh, he's apologizing. Okay, he probably didn't realize that Iowa played this game at like 11 a.m. today. So, not a problem. All right. Okay, Christopher Stack. I'm very entertained watching poker and text. I wish I could come play, but I'm scared as fuck because I'm an Eagle fan. I want to live. People really don't care all that much that they're going to harm you for you. It's not like, you know, when you went to the Coliseum, the Raiders game, and you showed up in like a Chiefs jacket, you'd get like stabbed to death in the parking lot, or, you know, like the old Raider or the Dodgers and Giants always seem to invoke that kind of rage. Pretty much here, if you're a fan of somebody, nobody really cares. Like, there's Cowboys fans, there's Giants fans, there's Manchester United fans. Like, people here just want to play poker and they want to have the action. They want not fight.
Pierre with the Kobe's.
Boom. Here with bottom 2. Anderson here with the overpair. See how Pierre approaches both these huge stacks right now. Albert also chiming in, says, Christopher, I've got your back. I'm an Eagles fan. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you mess with another fellow Eagle man, Albert's going to put you in your place. Just knock you right straight out.
Uh-oh, I see a big stack.
There it was. Bet raise.
That's at
Re-raise.
least 1,500. Oof. 1,500. Oh, man.
Wow. And now this gets confusing here for Pierre, but I mean, is he going to really sit there and think Anderson is going to do this with, say, like a set of deuces? Like, over pairs are probably still, and he's going to see
there
he
we
got
go.
counterfeited.
Yeah.
Great card here for Anderson. He has out Kobe here. He'll suck out on the turn as Pierre is going to have to play this up now that I'm actually having to make a decision, but it's the grimy part about playing some of those low 2-card combos. Just like you do 2-pair up, it's just so many times you're going to get into these kind of spots. But it is what it be.
He did the right thing, though. Pierre went to go get the lead. You know, he went to go take the betting lead back.
Yeah.
Anderson just happened to raise it over the top.
It's back here to Pierre. That is going to go ahead and ship it all to Anderson. Is now sitting with north of 10,700 right now. And this is just the first hour of this game here on a TCH Live on 15-minute delay. Go ahead, crush that like button. Rampage right into it. And you can join us here in the chat as well. Again, some of our promotions that we have running here tonight. Be on the lookout here for quads. Somebody could maybe win a gigantic jackpot here as, again, quad deuces here on Monday, quad threes on Tuesday, and quad fours on Wednesday. Jackpot here, $1,200. So we'll see if we can get 4-of-a-kind ducks on the stream and maybe get some more action and play as coins re-emerging here from his pipe is back here in the game. A lot of money here on the table as these stacks continue to build. As Chase opens here in the cutoff, we will get a call by Andrew. Pierre also going to get spicy here with 6 Dewey. Here we go. Jack 5. Jack trips here for Chase. Alec Torelli's hidden chip says, my dad got beat with an umbrella by a grandma at Fenway Park for cheering for a Don Mattingly home run. Yeah, it's out there in Boston. They don't mess around. Sit down there, Sully. You know, like it's just, I think now people, I think there are still people that really hate others for sports fandom to a degree, but I think you try to pull like Cowboys fans here. They're just more mentally fatigued than they are, too hostile about. And I think the NFL has become so mainstream that it's like, hey, your girlfriend's got a favorite NFL team. People that are very much more on the casual side of things have kind of taken out that element of just bloodthirsty rivalry that I think that only exists in kind of some small pockets of sports. Just a thought by me, but all right, Jay-Wen, we got a good game going thus far. Chase limping. Bones with a symbol. Instead of having a Pokemon here, he's got a small liquor bottle as a card protector, very on brand. He's going to open here to the King 10 of clubs and we'll get, heads up action as Chase the one to pair up and betting. Now Bones haven't decided this is a pot worth fighting for. Can't just let him blast me off every pot by taking the lead. As says, okay, I've got some backdoors here that could potentially be merry for me if they.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get a quick call. Well, I wouldn't say quick call here by Chase, but There's a 10 ball here on the turn, so there you go. That is going to go check, check, and then an 8 on the end.
Ooh. Chase spikes it.
Bet of 600. Bones most likely going to make the full. Does. And is going to draw the full here for Bones. Octorelli's hitting chips. Used to hate the Cowboys. They had the nerve to call themselves, quote, America's team, while they're from Dallas, the armpit of the USA. I've heard people call Houston the armpit of the USA. I mean, there's a lot of different cities that if you don't like it, you can be like, that's the armpit of the USA. Elsinore Brewery. Oh, interesting. He says, gotta say the primary announcer sounds like Harlan Williams. Just wish you would say, well, you would shut up if it was good for you, you pumpkin pie haircutter freak. Well, guess what here, folks? I've got a soundboard lined up just right.
You fellas been doing a bit of boozing, have you? Sucking back on Grandpa's old cough medicine?
No, oh no, sir. No.
Yeah, well, what's that?
I won't go any further with that, but
Chase gets rewarded for his heart with the ace of hearts and a complimentary ace of spades.
you make it sound like he's got like living in a luxury home here or something. It's like a little complimentary ace of hearts
Oh, boy.
along with it. But there's
Oh, boy.
Here we go. Coins first stack, gonna check here to Chase. And
That's a sizable bet.
there's an auto call. Bet's 420. Nice. 3 here on the
Let's
turn.
see.
I don't think that was a deliberate bet here, but nonetheless.
I think that's 800.
700.
700.
Yeah, 700. Yeah. Coins need wanting.
He
have
gets
to
there.
smash it on the end here. 9 of hearts.
Oh. Oh, he checked it back.
And
Went check, check.
Coins going to pick up the pot here. Let's go. All right. As we continue here on TCH Live, Coins stacking dollar bills, y'all, here as we continue TCH Live. Mike Gemblet here with J-Win. Follow him at J-Win Poker. Follow us,
Yes.
TCH ATX. Let's get a follow spree here for our boy J-Win at J-Win Poker. You're out there in the streets all the damn time there, man. And it's been out playing a lot of the streaming games. So what do you enjoy just being part of the streams more than the regular games, or what? Or has it been just kind of one of those things where the learning factor has been your primary drive on some of these?
The learning factor is pretty huge. I think, I always want to test myself, and I feel like a lot of the guys you see on the stream here and in other cities,
Yeah.
those are supposedly the best ones, and you kind of just want to know where you're at, right? And so playing with them, not just once, but 4, 5, 10 times, get a sense of what you're good at, what you're not good at, and also looking at them, like what they're good at and what they do in different spots. That's really elevated my game, and there's still so much more to learn, and it's just fun playing these games where you're able to see what people are doing.
So
And it's something I hope to keep on doing. I mean, I'll be making a trip out to Florida.
you're gonna get
And
the
then going
best
to some
bets,
other
right?
cities. Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, Mac at a bet and drive out Pete. They really didn't have anything on this board. People hating on Coins for check back. I mean, I understand. Like it's Coins is still relatively new to all of this. That I think if you're going to be trying to apply like standard like GTO, this is how the optimal strategy is going. No, he's just a very kind of tricky player, and he's a momentum player.
Yeah.
So when he's really feeling it, he really puts a table kind of off balance at times. So another spot that you could potentially learn from. All right, Chase must be a viewer of this program. Going to limp here with the 9 triz. I'm really hoping he comes away with a win because I think Nitros is like 0 for 1,000 on winning on the stream. And top pair for Pete with gutter ball. Chase here with the bottom end of the open ender on an all diamond board. Yeah, I get you, Moose Duty. Says Mikey, no hate, just confusion. Yeah, I think that as the 9 Triz is going to win it. Way to go, Chase. All right, back here into the TCH live chat. Bada bada boom, bada bing. All right, we've got a pretty decent following here. Again, check out TCH Dallas on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. TCH Austin here Mondays, Thursdays, Sunday. AA Ron hosting the Thursday night stream, 2-5 matchless stack. AA Ron +1. And, well, back here for Sundays. Again, a monthly main event, $20K guarantee tournament, $330 buy-in, single re-entry, which if you win that outright, you go to steps 3 of our WPT Steps Championship Series. Hey, lady, it's the Queen of Felt popping on in. Howdy, miss. Safe travels right back there to Florida. Thank you for having. Great to see her this week, or this past week. So
I was able to play with her a couple of times. Got a pretty funny story, but that I'll kind of say to myself. But she's super fun to play with. Good to see you in chat, Juliet. Hey, David.
Oh, everyone's favorite. It brings a little spice to the room always. As been here by Chaz, I think gets a quick call by Coins. 3-ball here on the turn does pair up both players. Check and check, and a 7-ball here on the end. That'll be good here as Coins going to make the insta call, beat him right there into the pot. And this man is heating up here, folks. A couple of small pots here for Coins early on, so. Moose Duty asking, where's the mayor? I'm worried. I thought I might have seen Nick from Yemen here, but he might be dragging himself in on late. Says, what is the story? Who is commentating? Myself and J1. What's the story? Go ahead. Go ahead with the story.
If she's okay telling me with telling the abbreviated story, I think it was pretty funny. But
all right, have at her. Are you gonna just put that in the chat then, or what? Or dude?
I'll just share the abbreviated version of it.
Okay.
But yeah. Long story short, I think a fellow poker player had gifted the queen a bottle of Henny. Just to have at the table.
Hell yes.
And she was kind enough to share it with the table, but but the one gentleman who took it swigged it from the bottle.
Oh, no. He just grabbed the thing. And was he a caveman or something? Jesus Christ.
It was an interesting time, and, we got over it pretty quick, but the gentleman had a fair amount of one-liners that was kind of humorous, minus the nasty part of it.
Yeah, it's tough to let that one go after a bit.
Especially contextually with everything going on. It's
people are even more heightened aware. I mean, I don't think it was ever, cool unless you were, in a frat or something to be like, I'll take a swig of this. It was Bones? Bones did that?
No. Bones bought the bottle.
Bones bought the bottle. I was that does not seem like a Bones.
We'll call this gentleman Texas Cowboy.
Okay. That's okay.
Who just randomly took a swig of the bottle. Nasty.
It was not Pete, was it? Pete wouldn't do that either. He bets 400.
It wasn't here. It was
I know it wasn't here, but Pete is everywhere. He bets 400 here, and he's gonna just take this pot away from Chase. Okay. Hey, David Pratt in the chat, the Pratt-matic. What's going on, friend? Saying hello, Ethan. All right. Go ahead, click that like button, share the link, get the good word out here about TCH Live. Now 6 times a week. Check out all the content here on our channel, Poker. All the freaking time, as we've got ourselves a triple straddle to 80 put out here by Andrew and the pistol. Here comes Petey.
I'll put the 80 on down here.
All right. Not afraid to raise it up.
Yeah, this is what I always find to be the most awkward positions is up front with some of these big triple and double straddles.
Yeah.
That it's just like all of a sudden the stacked up just shrink enough that you're literally looking at like pocket 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh. Queen of the Felts, wow, she's putting it on here. It says, you told the most boring Hennessy story. You know, I mean, her experience of Henny stories probably eclipses any that will probably exist. So I don't think that's a fair criticism, but he was trying to keep it brief.
It was.
He was trying to abbreviate it for the sake of our listeners and viewers.
Queen is correct. It was so much funnier.
Oh, I believe. Jay's going to bet the open-ender here on this pretty big-sized pot, actually, between the straddles. And going to go ahead and take it down. David Prats is resisting the urge to hop in the car and come north to TCH. I mean, I think that is a shared feeling. I've always kind of felt like this is kind of hypnotic to a degree, that it's just they're playing cards here. There's action. That seems like fun. I got to be here at Texas Card House. Got to go now. Why aren't you already here? But $20 straddle going to be put on. I imagine that is a lot of people who kind of feel that way. So Queen of Felt, oh, thanks, Mike. Make me look like an... I wouldn't say that. I was just going to say, like, if there's somebody that I know who has a fun time that is like, you told the most boring Hennessy story, and that's what I received, be like, I'm sure Queen has got some really hilarious ones. From her side of things.
So Pete shows heart with the 6s earlier and gets rewarded with the maces.
All right, on the next round, raise up here to 200.
Oh boy,
what a flop here!
Wow,
open-ended straight flush draw here for Colby. Ace high flush draw here for Pete. And we'll see just how big this pot gets here as. It's not necessarily a spot here for Colby that he wants to just say, okay, I want to blast off all of my chips here, but it is one of those that you're absolutely cool going street to street with here. As bet of 400 and call, pot of now 1,200. Colby going to check again okay, we'll see if he has not acted yet, but generally pretty patient with his decision making. That's good.
That's a good one, Ethan. I'll work on my. I'll work on. You
gotta go to like Toastmasters or something. You're like, I must learn how to tell the perfect story. Is Pete gonna fire the turn? About just under half-size pot, or just around half pot of 650. See if I can't imagine. I mean, a board pairing, maybe. I don't know if that does change anything with his decision making if he decides. No, so I can't get away from this here yet.
That's not it.
Boy, Pete here with the suck out. He avoided every possible disaster. No, I kid. His aces hold as.
Should go check, I imagine. There we go.
He's going to show him the ones, and it's like, damn it.
Close.
Damn it all. I had a straight flush draw, you bastard, Pete. No, I kid, but... Yeah, Ethan, not a good story. 20 years from now, grandkids, there was an illness in 2020, and people got... How old did you think J1's going to... Man, 20 years from now is being a really, like, you're going to have a kid, and then they're going to have a kid within 20 years. Ethan must be like 21 years old or something. All right, here we go. We welcome you all in. Again, we stream here from Austin Mondays, Thursdays, and Sundays got our 500K guarantee tournament coming up here at the April 8th through the 11th. Day 1's played at each of our Texas Card House locations, with Day 2 finishing at the Dallas Texas Card House. Got the quads jackpot. We've got progressive savings. The more you play, the more you save. 5 hours or more for 20% off. 7 hours or more gets you 30% off. 10 hours or more gets you 40% off. We call it the J1 special. J1's here like all day. We have to tell him to leave. Like, you can't? No, okay, we can't. But anyway, Bones with the raise now off the $40 straddle to 300 chase. Going to call him on the button in position. And King right there in the window. King 7-3. Bones here with the ace of diamonds backdoor and the overcard. Not going to leave his kids out there. Go ahead and c-bet. Okay, 69 likes right now. Nice. Yes, that is the maturity of a 15-year-old. I'm sorry. That's extremely online guy. Jay's going to put in the raise here, and that should shut down the action, even unless Bones feeling really super ambitious here in the spot. I can't see it. No, and he will go ahead and lay it down. Chase a sweetheart, going to show it to him. So I wasn't raising you off with garbage. So, all right, we'll continue here on TCH Live, Monday 5/10 edition. Here with J1. Follow him at J1 Poker. Follow us.
We are at 491. 9 more viewers from 500.
Decent. Not bad here for the.
Yeah.
Sometimes we get some of the West Coast viewers a little bit later on. Other folks just popping in here and there. I know our good friend Kevin that used to play on the stream went to a card room in California, and people like recognized him from the stream. Like a couple people on the table were like, "You're that guy that plays on TCH Live." So I'm glad maybe he's making some friends around there.
You know, I haven't seen Kevin in a while.
Yeah,
Has Kevin been around?
He moved, be a little bit closer to family, so
Okay.
they're happy for him.
Awesome.
This guy's dog, Oak, so I think he's doing pretty well. Chat with him a little bit. Hey, thank you, Nick from Yuma. Sorry about Iowa, Mike. Yeah, it's a tournament. Everybody's getting upset, so it's just sort of like, I guess it was our turn. It's like, yep, we got to get knocked out of this thing, too. All right. 5 ball here on the turns between ace 10 and king 10. Well, ace high going to take it down.
Action-packed show so far. Look at the V-pip.
Decent. This is the right kind of mix between, I mean, you've got the right kind of action players that are willing to kind of get in and see a lot of flops. You've got really high-level players, and you've got players kind of right in between that are kind of action and kind of crushers. And you've got the Anderson momentum train that has not slowed down. Roaring on the tracks, we got a dealer change, so that means it is a PLO bomb pot time. Parkour. No, continue on. David Pratt saying Big Ten not holding up its bargain this year in the tournament. Yeah, it's one of those weird things that they played the conference tournament in Indianapolis, that they've already been there for an additional week, that you wonder if it's, I don't know. People that I think are smart that it will be like, yeah, you can't trust tournament variants. There's lots of variants of tournaments, and then when you start talking about basketball tournaments, that logic goes completely out the window, and it's like, we will decide if you are a good coach or a bad coach in this tournament, or a bad team or a bad player. It's just, it's not always 100% definitive in anything that when you're trying to judge this. Let's see. All right, we've got another PLO bomb pot.
See middle set. Top
I see.
pair.
Top 2.
Oh, top 2.
Oh, boy. This could get expensive for somebody. That's all right. Bet here by Anderson. Chase going to call absolutely. Bottom end of the open ender here for Pierre. And Chaz also here in the mix with. Okay, I guess you got a couple of backdoors here. Can draw to the nuts with the ace-high diamonds and enough of the pot. Says, all right, give me a turn
There we
card.
go.
That was a freaking perfect
The
turn card here for
best
him.
turn card.
Not a diamond nonetheless, but it is.
Queen of Hearts would have been better, but pretty good.
Got a total wrap draw here, J1. So let's see. Anderson now going to bet a set. Does have some clubs here for a little extra protection. Chase with higher clubs, with jack-high clubs. It's kind of a disjointed PLO hand. It kind of looks good, but it's not. It's really. I mean, there's a lot of hands that are in that kind of Queen Jack 10, 9 kind of range that, like even in a 2-pair and a Jack 7 sense of with this run out, I just. But he's going to take it, I think, with the fact that PLO bomb pots have just such random holdings.
Yeah.
It can still sometimes be good, as Pierre also, again, with 2 different straight draws, so Chaz going to fold.
Wow.
He's electing to get out of this.
Interesting.
Pot of 2,500 of this single board bomb pot, and it's clubs on the end here for Chase. Anderson, who started out all of this with a set, and we'll go to showdown as Chase going to flip him up. Anderson showed, hey, I had a hand here too, but our boy Chase going to stack piles and piles here on this single board PLO bomb pot. If you want to play bomb pots here at Texas Card House, even to the 1-2 games, we've got double board. It is crazy, crazy action. And, boy, it's certainly adds a lot of spice out here in the cash games at Texas Card House. Want to jump back into the commentary. So Big Ten not holding up to the bargain. Thought they'd at least make it to the Sweet 16 before they returned to form and lost horribly. Loyola Chicago was ranked as Ken Palm's, 9th ranked team. So I think it was the real disaster was Loyola probably should have been seeded better, but it kind of is what it is. A lot of people, I think a lot of these teams were the best regular season teams. Absolutely were that, but this is March, and it is always the time for chaos. So just keep in mind, tournament variants. Joe Park, this commentator sounds like Harlan Williams. All right, then.
Listen to this. 7-minute abs.
I never get tired of that. So, all right, well, let's here with J1 as we're back to Hold'em, and it seems like we've got everybody on the table involved in this hand here. As raised by Chaz, called by Matt, called by Coins, called by Colby, and called by Pete. Does anybody pair? Okay, we got 2 pair here for Coins with the Kobe.
You got any guilty hands?
Deuce 5 of diamonds, 10-8 of clubs. I don't play enough to have enough guilty hands. I think I'm trying to think if there's any of really sentimental value. None that I could say are my own. I do have a soft spot for the 8s with the 8 of spades for our boy Steam Dola, but it's not my baby. It's not my baby, so I can't really claim credit. So Colby going to call in position here with a wheel draw. Coins here with bottom 2. There's bet of 400.
Interesting. Yes, making it cheap for Kobe to come along.
Yeah, at least relative here to the size of the pot. Yeah, he is going to draw Colby.
A nice bet, though.
Here on the way out. All right. Coins picking up a decent sized pot here as we continue TCH Live. Our boy E. McKenzie pop in the chat here. Hey, everyone. What's going on, my friend? Let's see. Michigan tied up LSU. Oh, shit. I got to turn my tablet on. What the hell? I got so wrapped up in the action of the show, I totally forgot I could just have been watching some of this. So, all right. Elsinore Brewery sends a second reference. They've been making Harlan Williams references since we started this show. So, that's literally some of the first live streams. People were saying that in the chat. I don't ever get sick of it, but it is kind of funny. So, all right. Invite you to tag along here with us. Crush the like button. Leave us a comment here if you're watching on the archive. And we'll continue on here into the evening up until about 10 o'clock. Here on TCH Live. Chase opening with a couple of Niners. Andrew here with King Jack. Chaz with 8s. Is Pete with Queen 9 and not really much going on with it. Take a look, see if make anything happen. We got a bet by Chase here with the overpair. Chaz also here with the 8s is going to go one more straight at least with it. Does turn a spade draw in this instance, and Chase going to continue betting. And that will drive out the Big Daddy. And move on here into the next hand. So, all right. I'm here with J1. Talking a little bit about the action on the Dallas stream. I think we really did you get to check out much of it yet? Got our boy Ben Kirby up there doing commentary. We had some crazy hands on there.
I tuned into the inaugural show. I thought the action was crazy. One thing I think everybody should keep in mind too, though, for any player on these 4-hour streams, you're only getting roughly about 100 hands.
Right. And
so it can literally be the best set of hands that you can have, or you can run extremely dry, which would be extremely normal.
Oh, yeah.
And, I think sometimes, some shows can be better than others. But with that being said, I think for that particular show, there was surely a lot of action.
There's raise up here. Like that. Is that a misclick here? We've got, again, another double straddle out to 80. And is this actually correct? We've got a raise up here by Colby here in the hijack. The 400 Pierre calling on the button. And Chase back here. Okay, I see. We had Chase with the 160 straddle here in this spot. I couldn't quite see that side of things. Colby making a ballsy raise here in that hijack spot in middle position and going to get looked up by probably two players he did not want to have call, but coins here with legit king, queen of hearts. And going to flop top pair Colby here with the straight draws and back, or excuse me, they flush draws, potential backdoor straight draws. Bet here by Colby.
Everybody gets a little bit of something. This should be good.
See, yep, Colby is just going to call the 400 bet. There we go off to the turn. Good news there for coins. It may freeze him a little bit, but we'll put out certainly a callable bet of 500 by Colby. And money card here for Colby, though. Tough one for coins as See what kind of bet sizing he chooses. 3.2K if he's trying to go for value. I don't know. What do you think? Like 1.2 or so? Probably be my guess as far as. Wow.
I think it's a good bet, mostly because, and I would have said something roughly about a third or maybe a little bit more than that. I mean, there was just so much weakness when the jack came out. You really want to get those kings to call. Nice bet.
Yes.
I think coins are going to pay this off. I mean,
He sometimes will surprise you, but
Yeah.
it is going to be one enough that he is
good fold.
good
Nice.
lead on there by coins. Escapes down a pipe.
But great awareness by Kobe, though, just knowing how much weakness there was on that turn, how much strength there was on that flop, weakness on that turn, and to be able to put a small bet to try to get called by something lighter. That was good awareness.
So we got our friend David Pratt here in the chat, apparently playing TCH live chat bingo. So if you're playing along, cross off somebody makes a stupid Mike Postle joke that's not funny square on your bingo card. I think I could probably merchandise some of those out and maybe sell them, have a TCH live bingo at some point. I don't know. I don't know how ambitious I feel about trying to organize that, but I think there's some potential in it. Because it used to be like take a shot if Phil raises on the button, we would say during some of the 1-3 there's a lot of running jokes that you can make some pretty awesome bingo cards with out of this show. There's $40 straddle on is this stream has been no shortage of action. Holy moly here tonight.
Just getting deja vu.
Pete here with some kings on the button. Going to raise up here to 400. See if that drives everybody out. Pure going to go. No, he is not going to go duck hunting us. He could have gotten an opportunity to go after quads when the $1,200 current jackpot. Quad deuces on Monday, quad threes on Tuesday, and quad fours on Wednesday. $200 rollovers each day that we do those specials. So, hey, we get here to the end of the week. I mean, it could be what, like $1,600 to $1,800 if nobody scoops that. And we'll continue here as. All right, so we got J1 here in the mix. You guys been playing kind of more seriously for the last year and a half. Did you have another field that you were working in before that you kind of got into poker, or what is your origin story here, my friend?
Yeah, probably very traditional background. I went to UT Austin. I was actually originally from New York City. Decided I wanted to go as far away from New York City as possible for school. Had a brother that lived here, and
music to a lot of our viewers' ears. You want to get away from New York? I don't blame you there, buddy. Okay, I continue.
But yeah, I graduated. I went to work for Apple Corporate for 7 years. Was a sales manager. We eventually moved on to supply chain planning. Always loved math, and I think when I went on to my second job, where I moved on to another tech startup here in town, I started getting introduced to poker a little bit more. And one day I went to Vegas, and the rest was history. But just a little bit about my professional background. A lot of data and analytics about driving business value and trying to work with customers and looking at a lot of KPIs and metrics. So I think of poker having some of those similarities where you're able to think about the math in a certain particular hand and what kind of setups you want to move forward with and which ones you want to dodge. So
yeah,
I like poker.
That is all pretty relative here. And Jesus criminy, we have got another $160 quadruple straddle as Pete.
Oh, these guys play. It's the straddle's always insane in this game.
All right, we have got Chase with King Jack suited out of the original straddle. Getting himself a massage here from Victoria of at Texas Royal Touch. Service all across the card rooms of Texas. You want to learn more about them, how to get potentially some massage members here to your room. Check out at Texas Royal Touch. Licensed massage therapy for $1.50 a minute. I know they're always looking for good people to help. So if you know somebody, hey, maybe looking for a new career choice, this license might be right up their alley. As Chase is going to make the fold, Bone's going to make the fold. Back here to Andrew, tossed out the 160, and going to go ahead and have to lay it down. So, boy, we have had a lot of straddles here tonight, a lot of big action, a lot of money here on the table, as this game tends to almost always do. D-Set Media Production, hello to all poker family members from Dave from Brisbane. Hope you guys are doing great. Thank you for checking on in from Australia. So this is probably a good time for the night here to do it. If you have not checked in yet, leave us a note here in the chat. Let us know where you were watching from, whether you may be here in Texas or abroad. If you're here referred by Jalen, by all means, give us a shout. Raz, your friend here in the chat. It's your window of time to be able to do it. All kidding aside here, again, let us know where you're tuning in from as we continue our 510 uncapped edition of TCH Live.
I did have an 8. I thought I had queen 9.
We've got Westgate Matt. Here with the race on the button. Seeing that $160 quadruple straddle being put out, and he gets the one to pounce on this.
Let's see what Kobe does here.
Man here with the 10X. I don't know. Maybe he has a Grant Cardone follower. I was working in financial advisory, so like you're always trying to find good sources of people to teach you how to be inspired and stuff. And he was just like,
oh wow, King Queen's folded.
Yeah, Colby here out of position does not want to tangle in this kind of size of pot, as there is going to be free money there for Matt, who
nice
is
takedown, Matt.
Yeah,
putting together a good evening. Patient, finding his spots.
Yeah, he's. I mean, he's not had a ton of hands. I think the majority of his profit came from that Ace King hand that he collected a fair amount off of. Does E. McKenzie checking in says, I'm only here so I don't get fined. Ethan says, whatever you do, don't pick up the phone if Deshaun Watson calls. I will know better. RVA here, just trying to learn to get better for my Thursday night cash game. Marianne says, Jack King offhand is a hand to relieve tension. Big Greg Goes All In fan. Greg Goes All In had a great video here today, too. Oh, Christ, I was laughing. It's like playing poker with your friend that doesn't know poker.
Yeah.
And it's just, I won't spoil it for you. It's fantastic. Steven, Grant Cardone is a 10X tool. Yeah, maybe it's, it might just be a hat, though. All right. We've got Chase calling. Colby 3-betting the King 3 off. And back over here to Colby is going to bet 250. Probably will Chase, no pun intended, Chase out of the hand as we continue on TCH Live. Let's see. David Pratt still filling out spots on his TCH Live bingo card. I think it would probably, there other spots would be like me telling people to subscribe, ring the bell, press the like button. That should be like the free spot in the middle. Like if you don't listen to the show enough, like boom, you can. That's like your free space there. So, let's see other common things that are said. Promotion of a tournament, absolutely, that should be a spot. That's almost like a guaranteed one.
I like that Ace of Spades. It's like
Ace Magnets may now have to be a spot somewhere now. All right, here we go. Steven's saying, nah, man, you don't just get those hats anywhere. You absolutely get hats just about anywhere. Go to any, like, thrift store. You can find a lot of random stuff, and that's... nonetheless, I will not hate on anybody who finds inspiration and all that kind of good stuff. So we got a coins bet and fold here. We'll take down a small pot. Go ahead and continue here. So Michigan up 55-53 here on LSU. We've had a pretty nice cash game here tonight here, J1. So is there anybody that you really like to watch specifically during all these streams, or is there anybody you're particularly curious about? Because I just kind of random straw polling people in our audience, especially.
Yeah, on this, are you just talking about like on YouTube in general?
Or here specifically out of this Austin circle or in the professional circle. So it's like two-part question.
Yeah, in the past year, I think some of the people, E is in the chat room. I think I learned something from him every single time. He's also a really nice guy and easy to talk to. On this particular table here.
When he's not mushing our stream. So yeah.
On this particular table here, I learned, there was a part of time where I was very passive and just playing tight and aggressive, and I think you lose out on a lot of value by playing that way and not knowing how to change the pace of the game when you need to. And I think one guy on this particular table that taught me how to play a lot better was Westlake Matt. I think the way that he plays and his general sense for the game, not just looking at the board, but looking at what other players are doing at the table, he's very observant. And so I've learned that aspect from the game with him. Bones is just like a really cool guy to chat with if you ever want to talk poker. Very knowledgeable, very patient. Just extremely, poised at the table. He never gets rattled. And that's, I'm just naming 3 guys, but there's obviously a lot of guys that I think a lot of us can learn from. But those are some of the guys that I play with very frequently in the Austin circle, where I'm always amazed, how I can pull away, these little nuggets from these guys who've been playing for a pretty good time.
So we've got a heads-up matchup here between Pete and Matt. Matt is going to smack fours full over the overpair of Pete. That is been pretty solid here for the most part, and he could be walking right into trouble. As Matt may know, he's gotten a little bit lucky, but prepared to cash in here in this spot with Pete leading the turn.
You got a +1 player, betting twice, 2 draws got there, or 2 draws presenting itself. Oh, he's flatting it.
Gonna trap him. Gonna have to fade a jack or a 7. He will do so. And this is
a little tough because now it's gonna be hard to get more money in the pot.
And it's tough to imagine Pete, putting in more money on this spot or potentially calling on the spot either.
Mm-hmm.
But
might be a check call situation for Pete.
He could potentially, yeah. I think that's totally within reason, unless he may assume maybe Matt busted clubs, but how this has played out, he could either just anticipate
9. It's more. It's about 15, I think. So about 2/3 pot, maybe.
It's a big bet here. So
yeah.
It's been on the stream.
Matt probably just trying to see if he can get as much value from a 7 as possible, because I guess maybe he can sense some overpairs in the spot, but
really wish he bet on the turn. I get why he didn't, but I really wish he raised it up on the turn.
Oh, did he?
Tough one here for Boy the Pistol.
Yeah. What does somebody call 2 streets with and then bet so big on that river?
And Matt is going to get the payoff here, and he'll see. Got a little bit unlucky on the turn. And muck his hand here as
Great
another
hand.
big night.
What a turn.
Another big night continues here for Westgate Matt. Well, now we've got 5 players on the table with north of 10K. Bone's not that far behind with 8K. Just enough here that this could get just out of control. I feel for Colby here. He's coming in expecting like a big game. That guy moving up stakes here a little bit. We've seen him here in the 2-5 game. Now he's kind of been mixing in the 5-10. And now it's just like, holy shit, look at all this money around. So, E. McKenzie, there's two schools of thinking here. Look fluffy or get small value. Any non-Spade River, I think, gets Pete stacked, though. Yeah, I totally agree with all that. As we continue on TCH Live, Mike Emblett here with JWin. Follow him at JWinPoker on Instagram. Follow us at tch.etx. And we'll continue here with the live stream game. All right, so we've seen some really healthy dose of straddling thus far. All right. Petey here, going to make the call out of the $20 straddle. Or maybe he just opened here under the gun. Never mind. Okay. Ace high with clubs here for Matt. Gutter ball for Chase. We'll see. Yep, it's going to get checked all the way through. Matt now also picks up a straight draw to a 4 with his pair of aces and a club draw. Gonna plop down a bet of 100. All right, a bet, and this probably should fade everybody out here, including Petey Boy, and we'll just go ahead and hop on. Here to the next hand. Up, we've got a mention of a parkour here in the chat. That's Ryan DePaulo's bit. It's not mine, but I do love to give credit where it's due and not tip to the cap. So, all right, gang. Again, it's again the time of the show here. If you want to get a shout out here in the chat, let us know where you're tuning in from. Had somebody drop a line here briefly, but Jeff checking in from Canada a little bit earlier. Having to scroll back and scroll back down.
CC asks, is there a cap on the buy-in? There is not a cap to this game. And I think on average, that depends on week to week, but on average, you'll see the players roughly around a 5K or so. Typically, the deep stack is roughly about 10K. Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
And we're just mentioning the background. Usually by the end of the day, everybody's around 10K or so, or a lot of players are, adding in the rest of their stack.
All right, we've got Ace, Queen, 5, middle pair here for Colby, top pair for Pete. HM in South Florida, Johnny in Susanville, California. Marvick checking in from H-Town. It's a shout out for my last night at the Lakeaway House. Hopefully safe travels to your new destination and home, which I'm sure is around here. Seabus, Ohio, says Don no. And a 4 of clubs going to roll off here for potential wheel draw for Pete. He does still have the best of it at this point. 4 ball here on the end, so ace is up with a queen for Pete. Maybe Colby pays it off here in the spot, but Colin Freschetti, I might have gotten that right. Connecticut baby, the Riot Poker checking in here from Louisiana. Go Tigers. See if Colby does make the call here for 300. He could perceive Pete to be steaming here in the spot, but he's just fundamentally sound.
Nice fold.
Yes.
Wow.
Excellent. He's going to have a good new location. Nick from Yuma checking in from Connecticut. Shout out to Paige Buckets, Lady Husky. Sure, there's a ton of... okay, I won't mention it, but anyway, invite you to tag along here with us. Make sure to click like and subscribe. We're just about over the 100 like mark. I don't do shots for it anymore, but if we ever want to have one of those kind of nights where we get over like the 300 mark, I absolutely will start boozing. But I've kind of cut that out of my repertoire here in the booth. I just it just leads to me going home and continuing that party, and I just like you gotta have nights off. There as we go, the race to 75 here by coins in middle position. Chase, Andrew, and Pierre all calling, and it is Chase and coins really with the best of it. Chase, a little more hope in this one, but you get any card north of a 9 here, it's going to be a chop between them. So
He thins out the field.
Back here to these two fine gentlemen. 9 ball here on the turn, so they both have a queen with a jack king 9. Eight ball there on the turn, so that does make 2 pair here for Chase. As I would be surprised if coins probably called this one. This is definitely a fold for him, and hey, Chase continuing to show some hands. As all right. Nick from Yuma says both Mohicans on the Foxwood poker rooms are open, but they aren't allowing people to call in an hour before to leave initials on a list. I imagine there's probably quite a flux of some of those folks on the East Coast, or maybe finding their poker rooms open, and maybe that'll be good. I always thought that we were doing great before the COVID shutdown because there was a lot of people that were playing in card rooms all across the country that used to like to have the game on as they played. And then I think once COVID hit, we went into this point where people started drifting into the online streamers. Yeah. So you watch your favorite Twitch streamer, and then I think when more and more people get back into that live poker mode, you might see some of the viewing numbers north of the thousands like we were seeing. But who knows? Maybe we may not have the same world as we did before. You never know. But we've got Pure raising up here to 20. Looks like it was an $80 double straddle by Chase. Yep. He's going to call with ace queen. This coin's also in there with ace jack. So here we go. 10-7-5, 2 spades. Pierre here with the best of it. Chase here with the ace of spades in his hand, and we got another bottle of the collection there for Bones. We'll stack it on up. It's sort of Pokemon. He's got liquor bottles, and that's why he's one of the people's favorites. Here we go. 10 ball on the turn. Pierre still with the best of it. E is apparently doing some poker coaching for guys playing 1-2. Says might do some research for a week. Now that would be hilariously spicy to see. Bet of 1.1 here should push out the field, I think, J1. So see if that remains the case.
Yeah, after a couple of round of checks, Pierre probably knows that he has the best hand right here.
Chase inevitably probably will find the full button at some point, but we'll drag it out here a little bit. Says, man, why didn't I get a backdoor spade? As we continue, Carlos saying Michigan up 67-63. Yeah, I got the tablet open, just kind of keeping an eye on it. It's been some really good tournament games. It has been pure chaos. This is probably going to be the most upsets in like over 30-some plus years of just lower seeds being further along than you'd expect. Pretty much all the heavy hitters are going down besides Gonzaga and Baylor, and it's kind of just everybody else beyond that. So Oh, Houston survived. Houston still survived, so that is still kind of the Texas team to root for, I guess. But yeah, not the best of the world right now here for Texas hoops. But it is what it is. So try to kind of find that balance, Jay, when I keep like a little bit of a hint of sports, but not enough that if you hear it for 5 minutes, you get people in the chat. You know, it's like, man, 4 hours talking about anything could make you go mad. Here we go. We've got Pierre with the ace queen. Gutter
right.
ball here for Pete.
Should see another street, I imagine.
Bet of 180. There's bet and a call. 2 of clubs here on the turn. Six on the ad. Pete gets there. 3 clubs there. So it does kind of take away the flexibility he might have to try to get more value out of this. I mean, maybe he might take a stab at it, but it would be...
Let's see if... Okay, it looks like it's a... No, he's raising. Nice small raise. By small, I mean large. Nice bet. Nice 6.
Pete gonna put a little min rise, take it down. So Carlos saying most upsets in NCAA history right now. Ironically, Gonzaga can win it all. And that was really the story. I think from what I was following, that was kind of the story coming in. It was either Gonzaga or the field. And I wondered if you could get a bet on that, if you take Gonzaga or the field. But that's kind of how the way it's shipped out. And I think the way college basketball works now is nobody has a huge edge. I mean, like Texas got upset, but they were like 7.5-point favorites to a 14 seed. So it's not like, oh, like when I look at an upset, it's like you're a 10, 12, 15-plus dog and lose outright. That's an upset, but, you know, so it kind of is what it is. So,
well, we got some hands here.
What do we got here, Jalen? We got
King Jack suited under the gun, followed by Ace Queen. Looks like he just flats it. There goes. Anderson brings it up.
Pete also here going to tag along. So it's been kind of a quiet hour here for Anderson. It's been on the card deadish side, but Chase here with top pair, and Pete Anderson also here in the mix as well. Bet here by Chase is we'll just go ahead and take control of it, and there will be no drama here as Chase goes ahead and takes it down. Christopher saying, I can't believe Nova won by 20 plus missing Gillespie. That's their engine, but Wright is one hell of a coach. Yeah, I can't disagree with any of that. Like it's, but I don't have enough time to go through it all. But as we continue, TCH Live Monday edition, Tuesday, tomorrow night, join Ben Kirby and TCH Dallas for our 510 Dallas edition. 125 PLO at TCH Dallas Wednesday. Join Aaron McAvoy with us on Thursdays for the 2-5 match stack game. And you can see Jay win in both of those games often here in the 510 and the 2-5. Saturday is the Dallas 20K Guarantee Tournament final table. And this Sunday, it is going to be the tournament final table of the 20K Guarantee in Austin, Step 2 of the WPT Step Series, $330 buy-in. Check it out on all the details at TexasCardHouse.com. All right, as coins, 3 bets here with the ace, 8 of diamonds,
Open
and
ender.
flops really good here.
There goes the action.
Open ender here for Anderson. Coins here with the ace-side draw. The 3-better pre out of the small blind. Now makes it a pretty chunky lead here as makes it an overbet here of 700. A little unconventional, but Anderson here with the open ender. His pairs are live as well. Here we go. 3 ball on the turn.
Ooh.
Coins has made this a big pot with his flop bet. Is now going to lead at the same amount. Ben, a call?
How much does he have in front of him? I know. I only have 10K on this.
The 3-ball here on the end is,
wow.
well, ace high is going to hold unless Anderson can find a bluff here in the spot. Well, that is going to win it here at Showdown. Hey, good friend Rami here in the chat. Rami saying I'd coach for... We got a $9.99 super chat here from GTN. So enjoying the stream while I'm driving home. Hard to say hi but I had to stop. Yeah, no problem. It's kind of the nice part. Keep yourself, safe out there on the roads. You don't have to enter into the chat box, but good Lord, come on, dude. Okay, I think we're gonna get a timeout here for Steven. Getting a little bit out of line here. Let's just keep it somewhat reasonable here, fellas. We'll keep it going on here as the $40 straddle put on, a call by Pete. Coins here with some kings, so
Okay, it was 5K. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, cool.
let's see what kind of action we get around here. Is Colby going to call out of the original straddle to 205? And off we go here. 6-5 suited versus kings. All right, top set here for coins. Gutter ball for Colby. It being on the lower end of it, so I don't know how compelled he is going to be to want to continue with this, but coins acting out of turn here, and we'll get the go-ahead to make the bet that he was slated to make. He felt kind of a little embarrassed by it. He's like, oh, shit, sorry. Back here to Colby. We'll lay it down, and coins there with the winner. Shows the old top set. So here we go. All right, here in the chat, J-Stack, our boy J-Stack here. So smash the, quote, like button. Always appreciate that. Some chat pros. Ryan Farley saying my Terps are playing right now. Need a big win. Is Maryland going to try to muck up the tournament here? Let's see it. They're going to survive to the Sweet 16. Hillbilly, War Eagle. What's going on, man?
Got straddle to 40.
Over here to Matt. Here in the hijack. 40 straddle put on. Make up 110. And back here to coins. We'll make the ace-8 call here. Let's see. Here we go. Ace high spades here from Matt. Coins really with no part of this other than ace high has.
Wow.
Yep, he is at least going to take up one more straight. Like I said, it's sometimes hard to predict what coins is doing because it's tough to gauge like where his thought process is in a particular session. But and Matt is going to go ahead and take it down as we see who's up and who's down. Coins took the brunt of the loss probably about the first hour of the program. But recovering fairly well. But still a long way to go here. And we know that afterwards is generally when once the cameras stop rolling.
Yep.
That is kind of when the game really heats up here. So I expect that to be the case here tonight. Imagine a lot of these folks
So I think we're up to 80 now. Is that right?
Looks like 100. Unless there's a $5 chip buried underneath there for
I think
Chaz.
you're right.
I think he went all the way up to 100.
I think Chaz has been running a little card dead the past hour, so he's going to make sure he gets involved today.
That is absolutely right. That is done. Chaz with the $100 straddle. Not a believer in the Randy Moss suited. The 8-4 of clubs. Go ahead and take it down. Does Benjamin Smith wish I had bet on an Anthony Edwards winning Rookie of the Year last week? Yeah, LaMelo Ball probably out for the season, but yeah, that probably would have been a pretty good bet. He's actually looked really good for Minnesota. So, all right, we continue. Hop along here in the chat. We got Jay Wynn in the house, super producer Carolyn. We've had some kind of weird chat here. We got Bob saying he's got Florida State over Baylor. Nick from Yuma's got Gonzaga, Houston. I did like 12 different brackets, so I have like a chaos bracket. I just, none in any particular group that I invested money in, but it's just kind of like buying Powerball tickets. Sometimes you just want some random collection, but my brackets that had Iowa winning have turned to dust, so that is unfortunate. But
David Pratt just pinpointed some attention to Chaz's hoodie. He says, just noticed Chaz's hoodie. I don't know how you can't love that guy. And I was wondering what was on his hoodie. And it says BDC. I love it.
I'm not sure if he's marketing his own merch. If you go buy yourself a Big Daddy Chaz hoodie at some point, or that is certainly a possibility. Richard Paul saying Halliburton could beat Edwards if Ball doesn't win. Yeah, I think it's pretty wide open. I really like him a lot. I mean, I'm from Iowa, so I'd certainly known him coming out of Iowa State to be a pretty good guy. So, all right. It may be okay. Interesting bet there by McKenzie here in the chat. People talking about Oral Roberts. Yeah, I've not really heard a funny Oral Roberts joke yet, but it is a good time for folks to at least have something to kind of laugh about. So, hey, by all means.
Chase with a pretty hand here. But just flats it. Oh, no, he 3-bets. Great.
Three bet, and we'll go ahead and take it down. Never mind. I was like, coins couldn't have possibly folded that. He will give a look up here with ace-3. Check and check. J-ball here on the turns. Both players with straight draws. Coins still with a slight advantage with ace-high. And a king. King on the end. Here for Chase is... Chase going to go ahead and take it down.
Chase is putting on together another good session, continuing off of his game from last week, right?
Yeah, he's
a really good game last week.
He's a guy who's maneuvering these streets pretty well, always learning, always adding different wrinkles. Unknown chip magnet. This is the first year I didn't watch or follow any college basketball. Do my Ducks have any chance, or have they just been getting lucky? They're definitely not lucky. I think all the Pac-12 schools that are still in it are legit, pretty strong. They're really well coached, and they've got a nice ensemble of talent. So it's there's no luck involved. Oregon, I think, is legit pretty good, and I'm not too worried. Richard Paul says not that Anthony Edwards minus 0.8 what shares isn't impressive. Yeah, you got to take it into context. He's still a very raw dude that has, since the coaching change at the Minnesota Timberwolves, has really been turning it on, especially this last 5-10 game stretch, especially. So the advanced net metrics might even out over time. So, but I understand what you're saying. All right, we back here into the straddling action. Matt here, seeing the raise from Bones up to 250. Westgate Matt going to call the 210. Coins going to call here with the 7-6. All right, let's see if we get a good run out here in J1. We've got the top two. Both Coins and Bones with bottom pair at this point. Some hope for maybe some back doors.
Ooh, that's a hefty rate. That's a hefty bet. Betting range.
The bet and a call, as Matt does not want to completely force coins out of this for sure. Then
This can be dangerous if coins hit a second pair.
and Matt's hand just continues to get stronger. Holy, I mean, he's got
98%.
both opponents dead to rights here. As we'll see. No, I'll actually try to take a lead at this, and this probably will shut everything down here at this point. E saying Westgate running super pure so far. Yeah, he's kind of in that pure equilibrium where like he's running good and playing good and making really sound decisions. Like it's probably the best zone to be in, I think, for the most part when you're playing in these games is the universal line. Look at these freaking VPIP numbers. We've got everybody. Chaz just above the Lottie line of 16 right now. He's been pretty card dead for the majority of this, and he is not doing as many Chaz moves as we've been accustomed to of 3-betting small blind heavy and all that good stuff. We will continue here on the program. Do you guys need anything? Do you need water? I just need to step out here for like 5 minutes. You good at handling on this?
Oh, I'm good.
All right, cool. Well, I'll let you take control here.
All right, let's see. Pierre opens up the action. Pocket threes at the cutoff. My guess is Big Daddy Chaz is going to 3-bet this. Maybe to 500, maybe. 675. Oh, that's a big. It's a big bet, which makes sense against a cutoff with a deep stack around 11K. Takes it down. We were chatting about guilty pleasure hands earlier, chat. I'm just kind of curious. You guys play any guilty pleasure hands? Any hands where you just know it's not fundamentally sound, but maybe there's sentimental value or just a guilty pleasure hand you want to play all the time? Love to hear stories about that. Back to small and big. No more straddles here. Coins with a playable hand. I think he's going to open it up right here under the gun. To 150. Let's go. All right, let's see who wants it more. Bones is definitely with the advantage here. And I think this might be a check bet.
I was thinking we both had it.
Fold. Whoa. Okay. And, and Coin gets his card. Although this gives Bones an open-ender. Maybe 3/4 of the pot, roughly about 1.2 to 1.3.
You know, you been cooking it?
Half.
No shit. I had it last night. My father-in-law actually cooked it.
I've done it. It's good when I grill it. Grill it steak.
Hell yeah, it is.
It's a blank. I think this might be.
525. 525.
Wow. Coins goes all in. But he already had the best hand. All right, Coins. Good takedown. see. Wow. A whole bunch of you guys. I agree with E. Pocket ace is always good. Jack 5 suiteds. I know a lot of people really, really like that. Suited connectors, one gappers, absolutely. David Pratt with the Kobe's. Emmanuel getting frisky with the 7-2. He says your bad hands are not bad enough. Mine is the worst. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, the King X suited hands are fun to play. You block a lot of the Ace King, King Queen, King King type hands. And so in position, they can be fairly dangerous with some board textures that can really favor your King X suited hands.
All right, did I miss anything? Take a little breather here.
Let's see. We get coins opening up the action under the gun to 150 from a non-straddled pot. In the +2 position, Bones 3-bets him. And then they get into a pot, which ultimately ended with Bones having nothing and Coins having second pair, but going all in. That would have been a good time for, there you go.
All right, you just have to. It was a little bit delayed. I'm sorry. Just need to take a breather. It always happens, too. I step away for 1 minute, chaos ensues. David, Mikey's pet 5, but I would expect that's your window to be able to do it, so you got to be able to take advantage of that. Not much happening there. Looks like people were getting about their favorite hand combos here. All right, keep it rolling. I don't want to dissuade you from talking here. I'm just kind of an over-talker. I was doing this 100+ times, just like I've seen quite a lot out in these cash game streets, so it's...
I'll take a moment, though. You know, actually, one thing I wanted to say when I came on is that the cool thing about these shows is that you can do them in so many different types of settings, right? When you're bored, you catch a poker stream. When you're going for a stationary bike or running at home, you can watch a stream. I mean, these streams really do populate a good percentage of my week, more than it should anyway.
Yeah.
Get
to the point you're just like,
But I just want to thank you and Carolyn for putting on a great show, and I know you guys give a whole bunch of other people shout out, and
it's a team effort to a degree. It's to have gotten to this point where we've got some sustainability, some name brand value, some general appeal that it sort of set a standard as to be like, you can do this in your own room and you can do it your own way.
Yeah.
That speaks to the people that occupy your scene, and hey, it's.
I mean, the quality of the show
I'm not
is
a
great.
hater. I'm just sort of saying that, like, if there's other streams, like, I might poke fun and needle a little bit, but I'm never just going to be like, fuck these guys. Like, it's just not.
No, I think the community's great for sure. Yep.
Yeah, it's just not any way of doing things. It's going to be Colby here with aces up with a jack. Coins here with second pair. And.
But yeah, one thing I can ask to the chat, I think there's 600 people in the room right now. I'm not sure how many likes we got, but if you guys share my sentiment,
121.
If you guys are having a good time watching a show, if you're doing something else and this is just ambient noise in the background, whatever the case is, if you get good entertainment from the show, give it a like. It really helps the YouTube algorithms, right? And help more people like us discover shows like TCH Live that we know and love so much. So if you got a second, just give it a like. It's free. It's nice. It's the right thing to do.
Especially if you see those highlight reels that pop up too. That it's like, that is the one thing that I think is always grabbing to a lot of people, because not everybody has the ability to sit for the entirety of a 3-4 hour show. Sometimes you might be just watching something else.
Yep.
And like generally that's when I'm watching like the Thursday streams. It's because I'm watching a game and I've got a tablet or my phone open and I'm here in the chat, but I'm like, hey, I'm watching something else here with it too. So pay attention once the big hands roll off.
Yeah.
And
do it for the players.
Do it
These
for the
guys are
club.
bringing so much money to the table, and it doesn't feel. I mean, it feels great when you win 10 grand, but when you walk away from that thing down 10 grand, is not the best feeling in the world. And believe it or not, sometimes I think the stream encouragement does help a little bit. So
and I always appreciate like when we get done, the first thing Chaz will always ask me is like, how many viewers we get tonight? Like, oh, we got north of 700 or 800.
yes,
and,
yeah.
Sometimes these guys want to know.
The players
that,
care for sure.
and I think it's like players take pride in feeling like, hey, we played a game that people really wanted to watch and participate in. So coins here with bottom pair as it continues to just stack up. Just continuing.
So
to make
Pierre's
the
at the top of
comeback.
the chip stack. Did he add on, or was he putting on a quiet campaign throughout the night?
Who coin?
Pierre is now the
Pierre he
For like $1 million.
okay.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's-
Chaz has been a little bit quiet, but he had a lot of his big wins earlier. Matt really putting on an impressive but consistent hourly body of work, putting on a really nice campaign tonight. Coins is slowly bouncing back too. It'll be really fun to see him in a couple of big hands and see if he can redeem his previous losses.
Yeah, this game only gets deeper. Players are only going to want to put a little bit more on, and
Coins just folded my guilty pleasure hand 3-4 suited. That's my mom's birthday. I play it just about no matter what.
all right, take
Coins is
note.
gonna regret that.
This
I'm telling you, 3-3-4. Show me.
right there, right smack, back dab, right there. Nick from UMass is Carolyn, the voice of reasoning and all answers. Yep, our official fact checker of the stream. I get a detail out of line. That head pops up. Says no. Okay. All right.
What did I say? I'm telling you.
We'll see, though. It is combustible at this point.
Yeah.
As Colby and Pete both with the straight draw. But, yeah, you're 3-4.
I started doing that on my Instagram too, like just showing every time I get like a real hand 3-4. I'm like, I'm just gonna play this. I know it's wrong, but I'm just gonna do it.
Does
See, Colby takes it down. Really nice.
Here we go. Carlos saying Maritime Law. Shout out to All Star Chatter Moose Duty. I wish we could have like symbols that we could put to All Star Chatters. Like we have the wrench for our mods, which is like essentially like me and Carolyn, I think at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But that's probably the only feature I wish we could have with YouTube chat. Is just like little trophies, or if you're like a certified TCH chat legend or played in the game before, get a little extra like check mark
Yeah.
verification. That way we know it's not somebody punking us, but no, that's all good.
See, Christopher already smashed that like. Race a nerd. If you're watching, you're liking.
Raise the roof.
Yes. Carlo, we're going to the moon alongside AMC and GME.
You still in on that, or did you ever delve into the?
I did. I am gonna hold GME forever.
Wow,
It's gonna be my
you heard
YOLO.
it here to the moon.
I am in the 40s on decent size, and we'll see. It's just one of those things where I told myself I'm just gonna stay in this thing forever and let's see what happens. I do have some like really wild, ambitious limit orders out there, but
Ooh,
otherwise, I'm just gonna hold on to this thing. I mean, it's just gonna be a
why
one thing.
not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got nothing there, man. It's been a fun thing to follow. I think it has brought more people into it and interested in it. But
Yeah.
you're an actual player in this. Let's see. We've got Chaz.
Range bets takes it down.
Bam.
Alex Romero. Yes, I do have backlog putting together. I just recently hired a video editor who I will be passing off my content to, and hopefully by next week we'll have my first YouTube vlog. But I've been doing it on IG because it's easy. I don't have to worry about production value, and I've been getting like really cool comments. Also some constructive criticisms as well, which
Yeah.
is great.
Every
I'm
once
always
in a
learning.
while, you're a donkey, Jay. You shouldn't have, like, no, you've probably actually gotten some, like, hey, yeah.
Yeah, and I think you don't want to be the only poker player in the room. You really want to figure out how to build a community and get other people to play more. I mean, that's the way we get to enjoy this game over a longer period of time. So, Alex, thanks for your comment. I will absolutely be putting more content out there. And let's see, we're going to do a small pilot of just 3 or 4 videos. And if it's something people care about, I'll keep on doing it. And if not, it's okay. I'll kind of take people's criticisms and go from there.
Is there a channel that you've had preloaded, or where can we get the good word to thought?
Not yet. I should probably go to YouTube right now and reserve my
it might just be like,
which is not at JWinPoker. But
I'm sure that might already be taken. But again, at JWinPoker on Instagram, give her a friend a follow. Yeah, you're posting a lot of stuff, even from some of the other stream games you've been on. That updates went out to Houston on that one.
Yeah,
I can't really watch on Twitch, but it seems. I mean, every time I try to log in, I've got to give like a Mr. Robot-esque password to try to get into Twitch. So it's just sort of like that's why I like being on YouTube is ease of access to get into. So here we go.
Let's see.
E. McKenzie saying that's what SETI and I have been saying, grow the whole community. Yeah, that's a fact. You never know who in the world you might bring in or motivate from this. That, I think that's been the cool part about this is that it's given people a source of something to follow within this community. Because people in streams in other rooms, like they want to watch the people in their rooms and the people they know. So it's like I totally get it. So we get into these pissing matches about this player, that streamer, like it's all serves a singular purpose for the grade of the game. And, if you're worrying about how it lines up your own pockets, I think you're in partially for the wrong reasons. But.
Yeah. We talk a lot about this, about like table etiquette, especially when you have recreation people who aren't there to grind out money. They're there to have a good time. And I think if you are there to grind out money, I think it's really important that that part of your role at that table is to keep the table engaging. So being nice to people, not berating people.
It's just
not berating people when they go, when they call a 3-bet with 3-4 suited like me and they actually hit something on the flop, like congratulate them, tell them to have a good hand. I'm not going to beat this topic. We've talked about this other.
We've got a big hand going on here.
Oh, here we go.
Pierre
6.
Now going to raise with the queens full of 6s. Chase here with the nut full house queens full of 8s. Had put out a bet of 300 into this PLO single board bomb pot. And cooler alert and a 3-bet here to 3.6.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's just you're only beating 8s full, I think, at this point if you're Pierre or chopping. Or else if you can spike a king in there, I guess.
Yeah.
I have to think he's probably done with this after this massive, chunky 3-bet here.
I mean, you're still getting value from 6s and 8s, so this is rough. I don't think I've ever seen anybody fold this.
It is kind of one of those spots if you're a PLO player, you can recognize it. But it's like when you get some of the Hold'em players that do play PLO, but not necessarily from a mastery standpoint, that you really understand these spots.
Yeah.
And Pierre going to make the right decision, tap the table. And he probably knows Chase going to show it to him anyway. So
nice job, Pierre.
Yeah, Chase continuing to crush. You're sitting with 14,000 on the table. This has just been a massively explosive game here tonight as Pierre laying it down as...
I think everybody in chat expected Pierre to go broke there. Good job to him. Good job.
Good Lord. Paul W., does anyone know what the max buy-in at 2.5 is? It's match the stack. So when the game starts, it's 1,000. But, say if a 2.5 game's been running all day, there's a pretty good chance you can step onto a table and buy in for like 3K, 4K. Because generally, say if like a big stack saying like, I'm going to rack up and leave. Like somebody on the table might buy up to whoever that top stack is just to have the most on the table and kind of keep the game alive in that particular way. So it's subjective, but you can get a lot of money on the table depending on one time but it is match the top stack on the table for good measure. Let's go. Coins with a raise up here to 125. Chase here with a call on the hijack as Colby going to loosen things up a little bit here with the ace deuce off.
That was something.
Does
We know each other? That's usually no. No.
nobody? Well, coins pairs up second pair here, which is gutter ball for Chase.
There was a guy a few days ago at
It is going to be coins making a bet here. As
can you play? He's like, you did a really tight pull. I couldn't believe you pulled it. Like, I didn't have you beat. He bluffed you. He's like, I pulled it, man.
bet of 250. That probably should shoo everyone out of here.
Apologize to you or something? I don't
Yeah.
let you have it.
Just not as good as you, I guess.
All right, thanks for stopping by, or Carlo. Just got to head on.
Yeah, everyone can play so.
Look at that. Look at that. Just you can see Andrew right there. Slick jacket, sweatpants. It's a man that has got his own unique sense of Gucci. Like a baller. I love this guy. There's a 9-ball on the end. As oh my God, Colby here made trip deuces, and that coins resucks here for 9s full,
Wow.
and the run good continues.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. All right, coins on the upswing here. It took a hit early on.
I wonder if coins would have checked back that river, would Kobe have gone for an extra street of value?
That's a great question. I mean, that could be one of those spots here you can look at in the future and maybe say, oh, maybe I could trap. But is he going to expect that it's going to be a deuce that's in Colby's hand in that spot? Given what his range of hands, he's really. I mean, that was really a lot wider for him than we typically see.
Yeah.
In a game like this, but here we go. So let's go. $20 straddle.
Raised at 1,200.
Over here to Matt says coins here with the open queen 9 offsuit.
He came here?
You can hop along here in the chat with us. Smash the like. Let's see if we can get over 200 here within the next 15 minutes. I know we can do it. Sitting at about 165. Let's keep this train chugging along, guys. Chaz going to be here in the mix. Opts not to 3-bet out of position with the king queen of diamonds. Colby, again, another raggedy ace, but gutter ball for Chaz, backdoor nut diamonds. Colby here with top pair for kicker, and he's here for the action.
Chad has some back doors he can work with.
7 of spades is not going to be it, though, here. Check again here by Chaz as Colby here, seeing this develop, is probably going for a bet of at least 325, I think. Up just under that, about 260. Good enough to get Chaz out of the mix, though. As we'll continue on the last hour and a half here of our program, make sure to spread the good word here of TCH Live. Check out our friend Jwin at Instagram at JWinPoker. Check us out at tch.atx for all our updates. Again, we've got our 500K guarantee tournament coming up April 8th through the 11th. That's creeping up on us, and you can play day ones in each of our locations here at Austin, Dallas, Houston, and Rio Grande Valley. Just be prepared. Your day 2, if you do qualify after day 1, is going to happen on Sunday the 11th at Texas Card House, Dallas. So Off we go here as we've got the $20 straddle put on. As we've seen, we've gotten up to 80, 160. But pretty standard opening raise here has been 100 for a lot of the night.
Bones says that's not enough. Bumps it up.
If you can refresh, if you refresh, you can't scroll back. Chat says Hillbilly. I just hit refresh, and I'm finding that out the hard way. Son of a! That's going to leave a mark. All right, coins here with pocket sevens. Bones here going to tangle up with him heads up. Bricks on. Oh, well, excuse me. He's got club flush draw. Is going to continue here after the 3-bet. Sizing at 375 is. See if, yep, coins will go one more straight on this. 6-ball on the turn does give him backdoor straight out. Yeah, that's queen here on the end, so
yeah.
coins' hand holds. Let's see if Bones tries to fire one more time. He's going to opt not to do so. And the upswing continues. Here for coins, just doing it. Just continuing to make
I think after that last pot, coins might be up to 8.8.
Yeah, that is.
Nice job, coins.
It got stuck a little bit early on in the first hand of the PLO bomb pot. It's been just kind of swimming up ever since. Yeah, it looks like also if you refresh on the YouTube app, it also has wiped out some of the chat previously. So that's a little unusual. Usually, if I X out my YouTube feed, everything stays right there. So maybe a rough night here for the YouTubers. Maybe they were infiltrated here by the deep state or something again. Okay, that's...
Of course, I had to do the refresh thing, and now I can't see the chats.
Yeah, I should have warned you as to, like, don't do that. If you want to catch up on all your comments, like, that's just going to mess you up. So, all right, let's keep it going here. Bones here with the raise up to 150. Colby going to call with deuces. Chaz here with the 8-7 of clubs. Moose Duty, this message will self-destruct if you do anything. Good luck. All right, I'm going to do some dancing.
Chaz is going to isolate. Play with Bones.
And that's one of his first 3-bet out of the small blind moments here tonight. He goes for the big swing here with a raise up to 1,025. And is Colby like tilting or something right now? Because
oh boy,
he's played so much wider hands than we've typically ever seen him play. So he's here for it. Here we go. Heads up, 8-7 suited. Or maybe he's going for the quads jackpot here on Monday at Texas Card House. So he's still got the best hand here. Ace is up. The Chaz. If somehow this winds the showdown, he does have some potential counterfeit outs.
I think Chaz can bet about a quarter here.
That's about a good eye there. He makes about 450.
Kobe's just going to fold so much that misses. He's going to go for it here. Okay.
We know if anything, Colby is warm, so maybe the jacket's kind of, maybe it's just a little hot right now. Just needs a little breathing room, but he is going to put in a raise here in the spot. Let's see what option Chaz goes for here, because he is one of those players capable.
Kobe making a play.
Yeah, he is one of those players.
I think, gosh, if Chaz makes a play here, oh, he's making it.
He's capable.
So here's the thing. If Kobe has an ace, are you ever raising it in that spot?
There are, if I am, it's a low frequency, very specific to an opponent or situation, but I think you're...
Chaz is setting up a river jam. Kobe's going to check this. There's just no way that Kobe's going to bet. Oh,
Unless
wow.
Colby really
This is a
thinks that
clinic.
Chaz has a hand like King Queen, Queen Jack, sevens on up,
Let's see that jam, baby.
brick here on the end for both players. Chaz does not pair up, does not make a straight draw. I can only win by betting.
Chaz doesn't even need to bet a lot.
4.7 in here. He's going to go for the shove. He's got
The
Colby
juggler.
covered. Holy moly, Massachusetts. That is.
I think everybody needs to appreciate what Chaz just did here.
Yeah,
He literally planned a river bet. I mean, that was just such a great clinic. And obviously, props to Colby for having a little bit of heart there. I just don't think that anybody with an ace in that predicament is ever going to raise it there. Yeah. Oh. I don't know if Chat can hear that, but that's me just clapping. What a hand. Please show it.
You got to
yes!
show it. Good Lord. As he set it up knowing that
nice work, my friend.
If he was getting raised by a weekend, he would have the opportunity to go represented on a later street. And that's,
nice
I think
hand.
you can understand that conceptually, but finding opportunities to execute, that is why Big Daddy Chaz, one of the most dangerous and feared players on the table. Credit, hey, top of the table though to Colby, though. He tried to make a move that was unconventional.
Yeah. I mean, he could have possibly gotten kings, queens, jacks to fold. So I
would agree. Hillbilly Colby was pretty loose last time I seen him. I would say he's somewhere in between. Like I think he's got a different spectrum of different ways he may play, but he was never a guy I perceived to be like, you know what, I'm just gonna call on the button for 875 with deuces. Like that's a different level of like loose.
Yep.
But yeah. You play this game to feel alive sometimes, and
full show.
He certainly probably got his senses tingled on that one, trying to go head-to-head with Big Daddy Chaz. So, Bones opens, coins calls, 7 high versus 6 high. Let's do it. We'll do it live. Coins here, pairs up. I almost said Boynes. Boynes here with 7-6. It's going to bet 100. Coins quickly calls. 8 ball on the turn. Let's see what happens here.
I think that Bones is floating with a 7-6.
5 here on the end, so still the best. If we go to showdown.
Nope, he's betting. I think that was about half pot. 350. 70% of the pot.
And that's a board scary enough that it's enough for coins to be able to get away from. And that's kind of, if you're trying to run bluffs against coins, it's like that is generally the kind of spots you can do. When he's got like second pair and the board is kind of mishmash, like that, those tends to be the spots where you do get him to lay down hands, but he's not, I think an auto call station by any stretch, but guy's still out here learning the game. People love him, and we love him too. Does Marvick plays? Says Chaz is the Garrett Adelstein of Austin or Texas in general. Well, he's a San Antonio guy, but I think in our stream, I think if you had to compare it to a relativeness in that sphere, like that's not a terrible comparison. We'll continue. E. McKenzie is saying calling 1K pre, raising flop are both really ambitious. Yeah, and I'm straight, and they might work on a lot of other players on this table too. Yeah. You picked the one guy that was pretty perceptive enough to figure out what was going on.
This should be a pretty fun one, especially if an ace comes out.
As we had Chase straddle, Andrew opening down here to 1,200. Doesn't seem to be in a rush to add back on. I think he probably knows he can get plenty of action on it on his stack here at this point. Is facing the 3-bet by Pierre. We're gonna go take it heads up here. Ace Queen versus Ace 4 of diamonds. Here we go. Does gutter ball and overs here for Andrew with backdoor clubs. Pierre with no part of this. Check and check. Does turn a gutter ball with the ace-4. Still the better ace, though, is Andrew. And a 7 ball here on the end. So played really passively if they're 2 streets or J1, and we get the 7 of spades on the end. See if Pierre maybe tries to launch at this at some point. It's kind of tough after you check 2 streets to just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna now put a bet out here, and it just gets picked off so often in these spots. And go ahead and take it down. All right, Mike Gimlet here with J1 Poker. I've seen him here on the stream many a times. Been getting familiar with him here tonight on here in the commentary booth. Super producer Carolyn. Again, we've got our WPT Steps tournament coming up Sunday. Our first monthly main event of this Step series. Again, 2 p.m. Sunday. 20K guaranteed prize pool, $330 buy-in. And if you win it outright, you get the first seat into our TCH WPT Steps 3 championship final table, which if you win that, then you go on to the WPT Steps Championship on a nice little cruise in October. We'll continue on as Farhad saying, I love Texas Card House. Thank you. Heart emoji. We love you too. Smash that like button for us. All right.
We're still talking about that hand. I love it.
Yeah.
That was such a firework. That was a firework display.
That
was cool.
High level poker and some. Yeah. All right, as we are going to have a flop here for Colby. Big hand for coins as he's got straight draw, flush draw.
Wow. Okay.
This is going to get very spicy here. I don't know if Chaz or Bones will have much to do with this, but Colby with a bot here.
Looking at the pot, I think there was a 3-bet somewhere. Kobe might have been the straddle, maybe?
Yeah, there was just an opening raise, so yeah, he was the first straddle of 20. So so we've got a raise and we've got a call and we've got a 6 here on the turn, which coins hoping to see a river as cheaply as possible. We'll see what kind of sizing Colby goes for here with 3K. Looks like he's probably going just about half-size pot here. Maybe just above that, maybe like 18, 1.8. Is that 1.7? Okay.
Okay, good bet. A little under 2/3.
You've gotten here to this point. It's tough to get coins out of this one with this kind of combo draw. So as we've seen on the right-hand corner, he does have 14 odds, but the cards that we know that are live are a little bit more limited number. 7 cards available to him to be able to hit his hand, and it is not going to be that one. It is a queen. But it is one that's still, if you're Colby, you don't necessarily love, because there are still some 2-pair combos sets that...
I don't think you get called by worse here.
Right.
So I think Kobe... That's a big pot. I mean, he does only have a little bit left behind, so it's not the worst thing in the world to jam. Getting value from Queen, King, Queen maybe, Ace, Queen.
Yeah, it's...
But it's not exactly the most exciting card.
It's not going to change a whole lot for coins, that's for sure. Okay. But
I like it. He's not afraid. Another 1,000 in there, but coins is not going to do anything here.
Yeah, he will lament here that brick down for him. And I'll go ahead and lay it down. So clubs miss. And a whole
Another
bunch of
big
chips
hand.
going right back there to Colby.
$7,500. That's great.
Wow, big pot there. Here on TCH Live, we are like, what, the last hour 15 or so? 181 likes. Come on, man. Those rookie numbers. We got to get those numbers up.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
All right.
525.
So Colby, yeah, it was a little. I mean, maybe he's kind of trying to trick coins a little bit there, into. So like, I'm not going to quite go all the way in, but I will go for the thinnest value I can. But I think he may have anticipated in that spot that there was at least a pair in there somewhere.
Yeah. Where the bet is just
Yeah. You might have just like, maybe I get paid off by like an ace jack there, where or some kind of hand that's not totally crushing mine. It's interesting. We've got a raise. Speak of the devil. Ace
Coins
jacks.
doesn't need somebody to raise in front of him. He goes straight for the 3-bet sizing. I love it.
It's like, let's play big pots here if we're gonna play it.
Yeah.
There we go. So Chase hopping along for the party, and we've got the 9-8-8 board with the 8 of spades. Shout out to Steam Dola. Chase bets, coins calls. Roll off here to the turn as it is a 6, so Chase pulls ahead. Still has the gutter ball here to a 7, and bet and call.
It's a leveling game now.
And it's
oh,
my on the end.
oh, God. Oh, wow, what a hand.
Call.
Coins
And
already
winner.
knew the run out. He just went to the YouTube stream, went back in time a little bit.
Went back to the future as
He knew that jack was coming.
we'll continue here on TCH Live. Getting our quad jackpot happening Tuesday, Wednesday, or Tuesday. Let me start that over. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays are quad jackpot, quad deuces. On Monday, quad threes. On a Tuesday, and a quad fours. On Wednesday, get our Monday 5-10 game here from Austin. Your boy Aaron going to be hosting on Thursdays.
You done messed up, Aaron!
As then so streaming 6 nights a week here between Dallas and Austin here on Monday and Thursday, and Sunday is Austin days, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays or Dallas days. Dallas days.
Hey, Mike,
Sounds like
I gotta
monster
tell you the
truck
story.
route. Yeah, go.
So, the ladies.
Got a couple
My
of
wife at home.
ladies.
My wife at home watches the stream with me, and somebody comes up with pocket queens, and she's in the background. She goes, "The ladies."
People have like gravitated much more to this than I thought they would.
She's like, "That's what the guy says."
That's what
I'm
he
like, yes,
says.
that is what he says.
Glad I was able to take
Oh,
somebody else's
boy.
bit and make it kind of funny and applicable. So we've got
Let's
top
go.
set here for Pierre. Andrew here with nut hearts. I should email
he only
Bill
bets
Burr and be
100.
like, hey, what's going on, man? Boy, another big turn card here for Andrew
Pierre.
turns.
Time to size up, bud. 400 at least.
Set of ladies here for Pierre. Bet at
Okay.
375.
2/3 pot.
Let's see what Andrew decides here.
Yeah.
If
He also has a gutter.
Live 20 and live 40.
Here we go. Does action card, action card.
Oh! Pierre is going to keep betting.
320? Yeah. I've seen him do more than that.
So our chip numbers
Ugh.
have Andrew at around 930.
Okay, Andrew's going to take lead.
Yeah.
This is such a great place for an overbet.
It's probably tough for him to match. Okay, yeah. He's going to go rip it. He was only counting it that way just so he knew what the number was. So
Because if Pierre was betting the queen, that king probably helped. Nice bet. I mean, there's not much
Yeah.
you can do, but wow, what a
it.
river.
He's gonna bet 900 and leave himself $30. What a baller! 10 extra life here with Andrew Les. As he's gonna get paid off, and there shows Broadway. As heart draw turns into a straight draw, turns into the nuts. As Andrew trying to make the road to recovery. As we continue here on TCH Live, there's questions in the chat. Let's see.
I'm sorry we're yelling, guys.
That's
That was a very
fun
exciting
part of
river.
it. That is.
I'll tone it down now.
Hell no. We will not go. We will always be hyped. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of distortion, but generally when I've checked the sound quality, we've always been good. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody tripped over a cord or something.
Must be all the positive energy in this room.
Yeah, no shit. All these good vibes only out here. E. McKenzie, when do we get the Youngblood apparel? Good question. We get like a dude talking animated shirt or something. Like, have one of those old 90s wrestlers poses where I'm like stand up with the fist up or something. Albert saying, hoping I could put on the lineup Thursday. I hope so too. Alex Park, LMFAO, stop yelling. Are you yelling at us or the band LMFAO? You could just be a really big LMFAO fan. Lottie saying we should TCH Live merch should be a thing. I agree. We continue. Gary K says ease off the crack. Okay, I'll take a little bit less next time. Good advice. All right.
Man, there were a lot of good hands to just thinking over all of the stream. Just hour by hour. There's never a dull session here, huh? Dull moment here.
What? Say that again?
There's never a dull moment on this table. I mean, every single hour, there's just been hands. This has been really fun to watch.
We haven't even really seen Anderson had like a hot first hour, and then it's just like he's gotten kind of no hands for a while.
It's tough because he'll get in there, but he's just not really getting. And that's just how the way it goes too.
Moose Duty, I can't hear out of my left ear anymore. Headphone warning, no more chip clatter. Yeah, it's kind of tough for me because I think when I'm used to doing the sports environment that people are prepared when you go for the big knock, when you start to really let one go, they'll be like, oh, home run! They're like, yeah, they expect it. Whereas a card, when they're just kind of been like, all right, off here to the turn. Oh, my God! You know, like that. I totally get it.
Yeah.
I 100% get it. So I never get upset. People are like, woo, woo, you know. I understand. My apologies. No dulling moment greater than one shining moment. Nick from Yuma, damn straight. A one shining moment montage of ATX would be absolutely incredible. As we keep on a knocking, Clint Nelson says y'all do a good job commentating. Hey, yeah, it's just fun to be here. Keep trying to learning, growing. Keep trying to get better at this and stay consistent. Like that's the toughest part out of this J1 is doing this is just sort of like never once trying to be not enthusiastic or engaged or just like, I don't give a shit. And just be like, oh, okay, that's it. Okay, fine. Who cares? Like it's, you know, that's the part if there's anything I'm going to break my arm patting my own back on, it's just like, hey, that's.
Yeah. Well, commentating is not easy. I mean, you have bad days in your personal life too, and you still have to come in here, be positive, chippy, analyze people's play.
Oh, yeah, there's been some days where you're just like, I hate the planet, and you just sort of have to like shut that off as soon as you come in the door. And,
So what motivates you then? I mean, you go into this room and you watch these guys kind of put their bankroll out there. I mean, what motivates you to put on a good show?
Me is just that I'll maybe pop back to that because I think there is a good kind of code to follow, so to speak, that can kind of at least ease you into what my philosophy. We've got an open ender here for Anderson is back in the mix. Coins here with bottom pair. King here on the turn as...
Ooh, Anderson, you got to bet this card. Oh, another round of checks.
And a 6 ball on the end, so coins with 3 pair. Due to kings and 6s. Is going to put out a little bit of a bet. And we'll take it down. When I came from the sports background,
Yep.
I especially here locally, like I was doing volleyball, which is not a huge audience. It's not, you're looking at like a very fractional percentage of what you might get here, but it's very impactful to the people who listen. So it's just sort of like I've gotten in the habit of no matter what the scale of the game is, there's always somebody's grandparent, somebody's cousin, somebody's sister, somebody's brother, somebody's parent that might be listening, or there might be somebody in a place of power that says, hey, we should hire this guy to exploit. So it's sort of like there's maintaining a standard of consistency that I don't ever have to sell myself in any instance of like, oh, well, I really care. Like, well, you already know that already. So it's anything that is a motivator is just by keep staying consistent so that I just, I walk out and I never feel like I really sucked today.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have that feeling anymore. Like, I might be like, oh, it was good. I was closer, but, like, I used to really torture myself inside if I didn't feel like I was a perfect play-by-play guy. Like, if I stepped from it, I'm like, I didn't do that perfectly. And I'm like, once I stopped trying to get that route, then I was like, okay, then I could just relax and be myself. So
Yeah, exactly.
all right. But thank you for asking, because nobody ever does. All right.
Big Daddy Chaz with the whole
Look at
board
this.
locked up.
The bet of 100. Boy, there's a lot of combo draws here, and it still looks like it's going to be Chaz. It comes out here with the best of it. We'll see if Anderson maybe decides to pay off with third pair in this spot.
That's 2/3, probably targeting a weaker ace. Okay.
And a bet. Well, I guess I would ask you, like, what motivates you in poker? What motivates you to get out into the? Yeah, I mean, if it's if you don't have an answer, that's fine. But like, is there anything specifically that unique? I think to you that stands out as far as like what motivates you into this game?
The money's good. That's
a great answer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shy away from it. I think there's, I think someone quoted, Texas poker is the nuts, and so you kind of, I think there's one element of that can supplement my income and lifestyle, and I appreciate that. But there's definitely another element in me too that I truly want to be the best player that I can be, and so I put myself out there, and just like I can go on a crazy 90-day heater. If people follow me on Instagram, they saw how I lost 17K over 3-4 sessions.
Yeah.
It was the hardest thing I've gone through in a year. Like, I've never gone through that much of a downswing in a long time.
Downswing. But you're always going to have to face it. Like, you're just never going to be able to bat 1,000 in this game. So
yeah. But, I wake back up. I tell myself that it's a new session, and, you learn from what you can from the previous session, and you move on. But yeah, I think that's my biggest motivator. I want to be as good as many of these guys are, and hopefully at some point better. And actually, I'll tell you a funny story. About a year ago, probably maybe a little less than a year ago, but I did my second TCH stream.
Sure.
And there were some chat pros.
Oh, chat pros. that will always
and they were just talking about
fired up.
Yeah, and they talked about. Maybe this is sharing too much, but I'll share it anyway. But there were people who were watching a different stream in a different state. And
hold
they
on,
were just,
I'm gonna interrupt you here because we got a huge hand developing here between Andrew and Coins. He's now turned a straight flush draw with a 10-7 of clubs.
Oh boy.
Andrew's here with the ace high diamonds.
Oh, but Coins got a pair already.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And it is king, so brick has.
I mean, this is Coins. All right, let's see what Andrew does. Nice. Nice job, Coins.
All right, sorry to, it was such a huge turn card. Like,
yeah.
Hold up. Sorry, I
Coins is
got
up
to
to
cut you off here.
8K. Good job, bud.
All right, so where
but yeah, so I remember, after the stream, you kind of go back, and this is my second stream, so at this point, I just wanted to see what people said. And I remember there was a whole bunch of comments related to an audience from a different stream in a different state. And, you know, I watch all sorts of streams. I have so much respect for poker players. But it was a particular comment that a string of people said. It was like, you know, Texas, and you probably see this all the time.
Yeah, I see
Texas
that
poker,
shit all the time.
Texas players suck.
You know.
They're fish. And I just remember being so motivated by that comment, and I never ever forgot about that. And so over the years, I'm just developing my poker skills. I just told myself that when I'm in a position to, I'm going to start traveling the States. And that's essentially what I'm doing right now. And, you know, I want to take that pride. You know, like I want to represent Texas poker. And I would say that, yeah, the money's good. The friendships are great. But I would say like a large motivator for me is to, if I ever get an opportunity, I mean, I love to represent Texas poker, however ambitious that may sound.
Yeah, I like it. It's tough to have like an altruistic vision of like you play it because you love it, you love to compete, and the money's generally pretty good when you're doing things right. That's, you know, sometimes you get other personal reasons that what gets you into it, but what keeps you in it over the long term, I think, are some of the reasons, like you mentioned. Is like sometimes you got to have a little bit of that Mamba mentality of something to prove, and if you don't, I mean, maybe you're fueled by healthy things, but there's nothing absolutely wrong by having just a little bit of a chip on your shoulder.
Yeah, for sure.
Coin's going to take it down here with bottom pair. Let's see. Let's hop back into the chat. My good friend Bob, who's nothing more than being a supportive person, who even cares about volleyball. Well, I did other sports too. That's where I got my start. I went baseball, softball, basketball, football. Yeah, you name it. So they wanted me to do a soccer broadcast. Like, you know, hey, that was kind of my mentality. I'll say yes to anything. I did lacrosse. Like, I just said no. I never said no to anything. They said, hey, we need a producer to go a field hockey game. Like, when you're in the beginning stages, like, you just do whatever the hell you can to, and collectively that, hopefully, in theory, should add up to all the good rewards. And this stream is certainly a part of it. So, kiss my ass, motherfucker. Let's see. I love roasting Bob. He's we have a lot of fun needling each other. So, all right. Lots of chat pros here. I'm a chat orp, says Gary K. Commentary pros. We got V here in the chat. What's up, lady? Dre says can't wait to play TCH in Austin later this week. Peace. E. McKenzie Sanders, I've said Mike Emblet is the GOAT. Thank you. Appreciate you. Lottie saying Texas poker is a different animal. Steam Dola says these nits in other states can't hang with us. Damn straight. Okay. Couple of ladies here for coins. Chaz here with second pair. Pete here with a gutter butter to a lady. And it is going to be the 9 of clubs. So both coins and Pete with a perceived straight flush draw. Pete going to make the call here with a pair straight flush draw.
I mean, the bet is you bet about a quarter pot. I think it's going to keep all these guys active.
Chaz also here in the mix with second pair, and it is an 8. So Queen somehow holding up at this point, but we'll see if we get any betting by anybody here. And I'm not necessarily kind of hit or miss. Yep, we're going to go right here to Showdown. And the upswing continues here for our boy Coins. Just continuing to get that star.
I think is it 9.7K for Coins now?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if he's getting closer to even at some point, but okay, he's the least up. So yeah, he got caught in a weird spot in the opening hand of the stream and a PLO, the lower end of the straight, and it was a big cash up for Chaz and expensive lesson in pot limit Omaha sometimes. And then has got stacked and then recovered, and it's been on a tear ever since. His fan favorite Coins on the upswing. Again, the $80 triple straddle raise up here to 300. Raise up and a call. Matt here with the 8-8. Michael Irvin the Ochos. And Chase now putting in a very spicy 3-bet out of the big blind. Caliente to 1.3K.
He knows who's the RFI. He knows who's opening the action.
Chaz
And you got Matt stuck in the middle.
Chaz looks either really tired or like he's played 24 hours straight or something like that. He looks a little less like vigor. He is a man that grinds a lot of hours, and that is sort of the secret. Oh,
it was
mind,
actually
we did have a
Ace.
card
Okay,
reader.
that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I mean, King 10's not out of the realm of possibility for some of these guys to just be like, yeah, fuck it, make a bet here. But
Yeah.
that's a lot more logical, I guess, in that spot. So as we continue, TCH live. Mike Youngblood, the dude talking here with J1. Almost 200 likes here. We're at 197.
Oh,
I know you can
text
do
my
it.
wife. My wife will be one of those 3 unless somebody else can beat her to it.
My wife. All right. I don't know if I wanted to have that soundbite queued up here at some point, but yeah, I know I'm a total weirdo.
Boy, ain't right.
Nick Yuma summoning Gary C. Gary C. Gary C. Uh-oh, I screwed it for everybody here. All right, raise up here by Pierre to 60. Pete gonna make the call with Jack Queen off. Bones also here in the mix with Ace Jack suited to the big blind. We'll close the action here with Colby calling out of the straddle with the 5 Dewey. All right, gang, we made it over 200. Dab on him. Ugh. Oh, big flop for Bones. Ace high diamonds. Gutter ball for Pete. Not much habit for anybody else.
Pete can take a stab at it here.
Pete is...
If he can get it past coins, he has position for the rest of the hand.
See what Bones is saying. Again, he's going to be in a spot out of position. We'll make the 300 call. There's Queen here on the turn. Does pair up Pete. Does
Nice.
give a straight draw to Bones, who's now double gutted to a queen, or a 9.
Oh, Pete checks it back.
9 or king. Queen's up here for Pete.
He checked it back.
Yeah. And we'll see if he goes for the payoff here. If Bones puts out anything. Let's see, with 905, I could see Bones making this, say, like 525 or something like that.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes smaller, though. Yeah.
Up 400. Okay.
There's just so much weakness there. Nice bet, Bones. Yeah. I think you got max value from that. Really surprised Pete. I don't think 10s are flatting there.
Yeah, that might be one of those, like, pot control kind of check, but it's, it is what it is. Ethan asking, is Pete wearing a members-only jacket? It looks kind of more like a pullover than like a members-only jacket. Don't see too many people here ever getting in. Or, what was those jacket? Was that what they used to call those jackets you make in high school? Fuck, what are they called? I don't know. But we continue. 206 likes here, 675 live concurrent viewers. Make sure to share that share the link out here to the poker fans in your life. Sitting here north of 15,200 subs. So continuing to grow. Steady as we go here as we march along. Of our streaming cash game streets, Mike Youngblood with Jay Wentz. Producer Carolyn is always on the control. Letterman jacket, okay. That's what it is. All right, we got a race to 60. We had a stretch there where we're getting like 80, 160 straddles and opens. It's kind of tempered down a smidge, maybe here in the last 15 minutes, but still a ton of action here on the table as 10 eye diamonds for Andrew. Matt here with the ace of diamonds. As a backdoor, going to go ahead and bet 85.
I like Matt's lead. He can represent, I mean, he has ace of diamonds. He could represent a flush draw here, but it's also feasible for him to have an 8 as well.
Totally.
And with position here, he can really figure out how he wants to play it. But again, I mean, if somebody has an 8, ooh, this is an interesting card, though.
Oh, boy.
I should have mucked my hand.
See if Matt tries to take the free card, or does he go try to attack this situation?
I should have mucked my hand.
And if he attacks it and gets raised, what is his plan afterward? You know, it's always interesting to see how guys play with the nut flush card.
Some will put a lot more value and overcommit to it than others. And
Yeah.
I think he is. Oh, we're going to hit it. Runner, never funner. For the artist formerly known as Westlake Matt Westgate. Spikes it. We'll see if he gets paid off here in stage 2.
That's a frustrating card for Andrew. Nice.
Bet.
600, 400. Okay. He wants all 3 streets of value.
Let's see if Andrew is going to 10x his life here in full. He is, unfortunately, going to have to call with a 10x of diamonds. As is prophesized on top of his head. 10x with a red X there costing him as well. A good run out for Matt. It continues to run very pure. Yeah, well, can't fault to him. He bet the turn, didn't get raised off of it, and Andrew was hoping to fade any diamond there to be able to get a good jump, and that is not going to happen. JTN, here's a visual. Coins playing the Tuesday 5-10 game at TCH. That would be a good visual. J1 playing the Tuesday 5-10 game at TCH Dallas. Maybe. Are you going to be one of the first Austinites to play the Dallas stream?
I want to, and I have no idea why my wife is in this chat, but she is.
Oh, really?
Hi, her name is Phoenix Fam. She said Letterman jacket.
Oh, Letterman. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Hello, wife. But yeah, she and I are already talking about like a 3-day break to go to Dallas. We can hang out, play the stream games. But I am absolutely looking forward to the action there.
That is good to have boots on the ground to tell us what it's like up there.
Yeah.
Got friend Caitlin here in the chat, Team Anderson in the house. It's been kind of a quiet couple of hours for Team Anderson. The first hour was loud and proud, and as of late, it's been pretty tepid. But still a good night here for Anderson, as Bones raising up here to 250 on the button. He is going to get both Pete and coins. And we got action. Spade flush draw here for Pete. Top pair for coins. Pair and a backdoor straight draw here for Bones. As a bet at 250 by coins. Bones not the type to splash around with bottom pair. Pete, absolutely. He's going to rip it. Here comes Petey Boy, 2.1K. Bet, and now coins has to decide. Does he want to flip? Better than a coin flip here, 62-48, but it's...
What a push, Pete.
He does have a weak enough ace that he can perceive this as being like a ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king kind of shove, or a 10-9. So it's not like he's sitting here feeling like, oh, this is just fantastic. We shall see here as...
Well, he's doing the hand sliding thing. That's what I do when I'm about to fold. There we go. Ah. Nice job, Pete. Applying the pressure.
Petey Boy is going to take it down. My first ever opponents on the sand volleyball streets. God, that was... I probably have told this story too many times, but first time I ever played like a blind forest tournament, which is pretty common. Like, there's not a lot of crossover between volleyball to poker. Like, there's a couple of guys I know, but first match, we have four players on our team. He's got 3. They won. Pete played really well. Then we beat him the second time around. So Anyway. All In Poker Podcast. Hey, someone tell Mike we're looking forward to interviewing this week. That is right. It is on, I thought we said the 31st. I think is what I had the mental note on was either that's when you're releasing it or that's when we're doing the interview. I look forward to it. It's interesting when people ask you questions instead of being in the one asking them. So I always kind of enjoy the experience of doing stuff like that. Sharing some of my stories, talking about good old streaming poker, and I got a lot of things to say. I wish I could say more, but I just try to keep it kind of reasonable and classy and shit. But it's interesting time to be alive. Here is top 2 for Andrew, top pair for Bones. Alrighty. Bet of 150 here by Bones.
Andrew has been slow playing his strong hands. He continues to do that here. Maybe just to see if Peak will join the action, which he doesn't.
Alright, there's an ace here on the turn.
Which isn't a great card, because if somebody's calling off of a nut flush, then the ace card is there. But I think Pone's going to go for some value, and
but they're going to chop it here, right?
Right. Andrew gets counterfeited. Come on, Andrew, you were getting some hands, bud.
No kidding.
You got to bet your hands. He's not happy, but he's going to pay it.
Yeah, it was Bones that put out the bet, and we'll get here to showdown as Andrew will show, like, hey, I had you pretty fair and square, but all right.
Nice river bet, Bones.
Decent. Let's see, checking in. All In Poker Podcast. That's not the All In with Shamoth and Jason and David Sachs and David Freeberg, but different one. We are so looking forward to flipping the tables and asking you the questions. Hell yes. Cool. Looking forward to it. Ethan, I never hear Youngblood ask many questions. Well, I mean, there are some times where I'm going to try to get people's background. Sometimes we'll just ask hypothetically about a spot and things like that. So there are times when you have to become the interviewer, or sometimes it's just you're laying it out for whatever's in front of you. So shut up, Ethan. Okay, no, all kidding aside. Jordan Patrick just watched the Blockbuster documentary. Highly recommended. Check that out. I'm in Guy Ener says Jay Wynn is my hero.
I think that's one of my friends.
Well, you
Hi, Richard.
you got great friends then. They're here to support you. None of my friends ever come in here and say anything. Well, every once in a while, I got like 2 buddies from back home that will. Those are the kind of friends you need. Supported ones that kind of gas you up here.
Yeah.
3 bet by coins here to 125. Pete, Chaz, and Matt here in the mix. Here we go. Those. There's 5 ball here on the
Checks
turn.
all the way through. Let's see if a Big Daddy Chaz leads out. He doesn't. Okay, checks through. Wow, nothing else gets there.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. It's tough when all the words are put together that I'm like, oh, okay, I see the win in there. I am a winner. There we go. That's never gonna bat 1,000. Steam Dola, you are absolutely my friend. I just miss some of my boys back home in IOWA that have no anything about poker, so it's just, or if they do, they're like fractional. So
Yeah.
there's like your friends, and then there's like your boys from home. So, and then some people just become your boys. So John Rigor, Bones gets so lucky all the time. I think we have a huge backlog of streams that prove otherwise. I would not agree with that. We have many number of streams where I could show you where Bones does not get lucky all the time. But that's all right. That's all right, though. That's good stuff. Let's see. Kyle Smith, grab a brewski. Like, I've done most of these streams pretty much sober. Every once in a while, somebody will toss me a whiskey, but my days of getting hammered on stream are pretty much over. There was a stretch there where we were kind of having a little too much fun. And I was just like, I'm gonna keep it professional. All right, what do we got? Bones, Coins, Chaz, Pete, hanging on in here.
I like the aggression from Bones, trying to thin out the feud, and fortunately everybody just calls.
So successful, wasn't he?
Bones gets lucky again with top 2. Should take it down right here.
Yeah,
the Coins might stay around.
Coins might hang along here for the open under, but
yeah. Although you got to imagine some of your straight outs are taken up or no good. Okay, should be a big bet. Oh, here goes. Let's see. 4. That's a pretty big bet with 3 other people.
450. Wow, USC up on Kansas 29-19 right now. No way. This is the year for the Pac-12. Okay. Coins.
Okay. Well, Coins gets a little bit of help.
Yeah, it pairs up to Dewey. Gives him just a little more hope than usual. Gary K asking in the chat, what's your drink of choice? You folks out there know it for the most part. We'll see if somebody who is the first person to correctly answer my beer of choice. 1.2K bet here by Bones, trying to get Coins out of this bad boy. Let's see.
He's reaching for some calling chips.
Oh, wow. Coins is actually going to take one more card off with this. Nobody's correctly guessed my beer of choice on the stream. You've even seen me drink it on the stream. People's memories aren't forever. And streets are, though, for Coins.
He gets there, but Coins has not traditionally bet this card. And he goes check, I think. Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
Well, so much for Bones getting lucky all the time.
That's more money there for Coins.
Coins breaking the 10K line.
Well, Ethan, any beer? No, I am more sophisticated than that. My younger years, absolutely, any beer would have gotten the job done. But I'm a more mature 35-year-old man. You know, they got to be more selective. Hey, Mr. Nice says, what up? Might drive down there on Sunday for the WPT steps. That's right. We got our monthly main event here Sunday. Step 2, 20K guaranteed single re-entry tournament. A $330 bill buy-in. Again, our monthlies run once a month, $330 plus the $35 fee, $15 dealer appreciation. I think same format as our freeze outs. Same kind of blind structure. All right, let's see here. Actually, 30-minute levels, 30K starting stacks. Unlimited re-entry allowed until the level of start 9. We will stream the final table, and again, the winner advances to step 3. To advance to, if you win that, go to the WPT Steps Championship. So a bigger buy-in tournament. Again, 30-minute levels, 30K starting stack. Join us here on Sunday. So All right, some really good guesses. Marianne's on the right track. Colby opening here with a 7-5 of spade. Chaz has woken up with a real one here. Big Slick. The Andrei Kirilenko, the AK. I don't hear his name mentioned anymore. But he gave the credit to Anna Kournikova. That was just not fair. All right, back. Anderson folds. Colby. We've guessed wrong on this before. Chase stuck in between here with Ace Jack of clubs.
Oh, Jennifer Terry told me. I forgot. Oh, she's.
He can't eat at the table.
You're still thinking back here to Chase. Got Kolbadak behind him. Again, he's made some more loose calls in some of these spots, but I would be shocked here at this juncture if he decides to go 1K more with 7-5 of spades. Or, yeah, 920, I guess, but it's still a big bet in this spot.
Yeah, good fold. There'll be another spot for you.
Somebody giving a mention to Baron Davis here in the chat. Kyle Smith said Baron Davis ended Andrei Kirilenko's career. It's never a bad time to remember Baron Davis when he used to be able to play. All right, 218 likes, 700 plus live concurrent viewers. Come on, let's go run. Head right first to your computer, your TV, your phone, your 8,000 burner accounts. Crush and destroy the like button. Seek and destroy. It really does help. So we appreciate you hopping along here with us. We do stream here in Austin Mondays, Thursdays, and Sundays. And at Dallas, we've got Cash Games 5-10 tomorrow night with our guy Ben Kirby up there doing commentary. And big 5-10 game. It was madness last week. We've got 125 PLO on Wednesdays and a tournament final table on Saturday nights. So
2,800.
But talking about Johnny Chan, I can't imagine how many times people say, "Hey, I don't know, John," or "I don't remember, John." Do you ever think he wakes up in the middle of the night ready to just strangle somebody? The next person is like, if somebody quotes Rounders to me one more freaking time. No, I'm sure he's. I probably imagine he's not as violent as I anticipate him being, but okay. Pierre with pocket sevens, Chase with sixes, coins with queen 9 off.
Coins hits top.
God, nobody is guessing my beer yet. It's unreal. I thought this was top of mind knowledge here, but apparently not. Yeah.
Let's see. Michelob, Dos Equis, and I'm guessing none of these are correct.
No, they are not. I mean, I would probably have them, but I don't drink all that much anymore.
Yeah.
Which I feel like I catch myself saying that quite a bit. I don't drink as much. All right. Chase. Now having to side with the sixes, with the 2 undercards over the sixes. It is kind of a spot some players get kind of sucked into because we'll make the call. Again, sitting with over 14,000, pretty deep stack cash game.
Wow, Pierre calls 2.
King here on the turn is... bet out here.
Pierre was a 3-better, so he can make a move here.
Carlitos Garage says IPA. You're on the right track. Can you name the IPA? Like I said, Pierre. Yeah, he was the pre-flop raiser, wasn't he? I don't know if he was he
was
a 3-better?
he was the 3-better. I think it was Chase that opened up with the sixes. There he goes. Pierre made the move. 1.2.
All right. Puts the pressure on here on coins as this could turn out to be a brilliant bet. In the back here to 850 more, and he is going to lay it down.
Nice play, Pierre.
Very well done.
Just being really cognizant. It was a really weak bet off that turn. Coins only bet $300.
That's a tough one there for Coins. But, hey, 225 likes. But
Yeah.
it's a perfect card that came out to bluff at. I think anything
Yeah.
under a king is just like it's going to be really tough sledding to get him out of the hand.
Yeah.
It's Mike Gimlet here with Jay Wynn. Just again want to plug your Instagram at Jay Wynn Poker. He's got some vlogs that will be in the works in the future. So keep an eye out on that as we continue to grow the great game of poker around this area. Pierre, not Pierre. Okay, I think we've been gotten that right. I don't know some of the chat bros. Jordan Patrick could have sworn Mike said he loves Milwaukee's best or Busch Light. I may have joked about Busch Light being the state flag of Iowa. Like that's somewhere it's like, yeah. Busch Light is the official beer of everybody I knew that I grew up with, and still drinks this to this day, and it's such garbage. But why change your habits? It's like you gotta stick with what's familiar with you. Okay, we got Andrew here with some Judies. Jay is on my feet. Bones here in the mix with Ace Jack. Coins here with Ace 6. What is Jay Wynn's drink of choice? Are you what's your go-to if you have anything you want to go to?
My thing, old fashions.
You're an old-fashioned guy.
I make them at home. They're great. They're tasty. You got to get the correct black cherries with them, not the red ones. Got to make sure you add a little bit of simple syrup, make it just right. And specifically in the alcohol that goes in it, Bullet. I tried a few. Woodward Reserve is pretty good too, but Bullet is it's classic.
Yeah, we had some Woodford Reserve here for a stretch, so it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's tasty.
Let's see what else. Kyle Smith says, "I am drunk." Hey, it's Monday. Maybe your team got busted out of the tournament. I know when Texas got knocked out, I started drinking like right away. I was like, "Oh, I feel so bad here."
So you mentioned that coaches shouldn't be judged off of a tournament loss due to variance, but in Shaka's case.
Well, his is more interesting because it is not necessarily a linear path to a degree because if you want to create excuses, fine, you can. As an apologist, I certainly can. It is also one of those things that they have to decide that if they move off of him, what they're going to have is everybody basically transfer out of the program and you're doing a whole reboot for 2 years. So, I mean, there's a small amount of percentage that if they say, like, fired him, brought in a Chris Beard, like, maybe Chris Beard brings in, like, 10 junior college guys and they compete, but it's like you're going to have to go from scratch. And some people want that, and some people, in theory, that's the easy thing to do is to be able to totally reset, but it's I'm trying to think of how else I can frame this in a way that's brief because I can just it's complicated.
It's tough.
It's one of those things. So like, I wouldn't blame them if they decided to let him go, but I was just a defender up until that point because of all the circumstances they've had to go through. That there's been no normal season, and like we had a COVID last year, that would have been a good proving ground.
Yep.
We've had the COVID actually season where they had to do all the stuff, and like you have Andrew Jones gets leukemia, and like they've had first round picks galore. Like they've recruited really well. Like, there's a lot of positives with it, and some people don't see that. And I understand. So, all right, we got a straight draw to bet here by Colby.
Colby and Coins get at it.
Oh, boy. Here we go. The 8-ball here on the turn, so doesn't necessarily change anything, but a bet here of 900. Here by Coins is no additional equity here for Colby. Still 8 ounce technically, 6 of which are live. And he is going to be forced to lay it down. So more big pots here for Coins, just continuing to get it done. All right, but okay, my beer of choice is Stash IPA. So that's just Richard Paul, Abilene's 20-point loss to UCLA does not look good for UT. Yeah, it's They could also Chaka could also decide to move on once his contract is up in 2 years and find a soft landing spot and could just be like, hey, it didn't work out here. I'm just going to be able to go here instead, and then things could work a different direction. So, yeah, I mean they lost in Northern Iowa his first year here with Barnes' players to like a half court shot, and like I don't think. Like, you can sit there and kind of go, that's totally all your fault.
Right.
So I think there is, like, a nuanced discussion you can have of, like, hey, you put players in position to win. Sometimes they but I think that it also helps that every other major seed in this tournament is getting their ass kicked.
Yeah.
West Virginia's out. Like, Kansas is probably about to get out of here. So, like, they didn't do themselves any favors in this, but I did think it was bullshit they had to play an in-state team for the first round, which generally in my years of covering the tournament, like, that does not happen. Like, you generally don't have to go up against an in-state school first round of the tournament. But it is what it is. They should have won. They didn't. So whatever happens after the fact, I'm not gonna have a big, like, you're wrong, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, hey, what's done is done.
Ooh, I was hoping for a low flop, and here it is. Here it is. Coins me want to stick around. Bones and Chase is certainly going to be here. Let's see what Bones does. Because he needs to protect his hand. Okay, so we smooth calls.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot for Bones to be in. Like, it's just not generally a raise here, especially with coins act behind. He's got the gutter ball of the 5. 7 or 10 doesn't do anything. Not a darn thing here, Jalen. Disappointing turn card. I'm just... Fire this dealer. No, we wouldn't do that. Is that junior producer Seth out there behind the box? We've seen him. Had him on here for commentary on one of the Sunday shows.
Oh, yeah? How did it go?
Not bad. He's a good guy.
Seth is a cool guy.
He's a nice. He's been trying to get involved here for a while. So
yeah. Actually, I have a dinner date with him at some point. We're just going to go hang out and just chat poker and just have sushi and hang out as guys. But yeah, I met him out on the poker floor. Super cool guy, and just like a lot of the dealers here, of course.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting folks here out of our army of dealers here at TCH. Gary Case, and there's a basketball tournament. Trying to forget today as a Hawkeye fan. Yeah, it was a tough one. It's same old story, but I'm just one of those people that grew up under a coach that I'm more likely to defend the coach than I am to.
Yeah.
Unless you do something totally egregious, like behavior-wise, or you're just so terrible at recruiting or in games, and then you're like, okay. But anything in between, like, it takes so long. Like, take the guy up at Baylor, like, fucking Drew's been there for like 20 years, and it was not all sunshine and roses. Like, there was a lot of ups and downs that now that you've gone through this web for 10 plus years, now you actually have a foundation, but people want stuff overnight, and you can't blame them for it, because that's in the court of a public opinion. You're always going to be crucified unless you do the absolute best as possible. Like, you're just never going to have the loudest voices be the most apologetic. So we've got Big Daddy Chaz, who I don't know if he's ever apologetic, because it's going to raise up here to 75 with 9-7 of hearts. Coins here with the 3-2 suited. And see Andrew and Colby all in the mix. Steam Duel says Seth can't lose a racehorse. That's funny. All right, there is a nut low draw and spade draw here for coins. If only we were playing Hold'em high-low. And coins is going to be the one who bets here.
You wonder why his VPIP is so high.
I wonder.
He's getting involved.
Gee, no kidding. He keeps connecting with boards. How can you how would you fold? Baynard Marcus, to be honest, this lineup at the table is sick. Like, yeah, it is really good.
There goes coins. Binks it. Like to see a large bet. Charge those. Ooh,
that's tough.
It's an interesting card.
Coins could get Chaz here to pay this. Well, no, he's going to even do one better. He's going to have Chaz do the betting for him.
Love it.
Splats out a bet.
Insta-call. Making sure his spades didn't turn into clubs. They haven't.
And coin's just gonna smooth, and he's stacking coins yet again. Just doing it. All right,
yeah, this is a tough lineup. This would be a super fun lineup to play against, but super great just watching how everybody's playing different hands and picking their spots. And
yeah, I was gonna say if there was ever a seat that opened up here, like you would have had carte blanche that go, but we wound up getting. We were kind of worried if we didn't have a full lineup here, and then we wound up. It all came together pretty well. So, let's see. Kyle Smith asking, will the Cowboys ever make the playoffs again with the Dak contract? Yes. That's a very simple answer, but hey, they got Dan Quinn as defensive coordinator. I think that's going to be a step in the right direction. The NFC East has been kind of laughably bad, and how seemingly all of these teams are really poorly run. That absolutely they could make the playoffs. I mean, they may do Cowboy things in the process, but to say ever, I'm like, yeah, that seems like a pretty good bet if you're just saying ever. Let's go. Kyle Bickerstaff in caps lock says, this is tough. Well, I mean, you're between Chaz, Westgate Matt, Bones. I mean, it's like when you just name those three, like I don't care who you put after that. It's like you're just not going to have easy money on the table.
Yeah.
As I don't know a ton. I mean, I've seen enough, but try to gauge everybody's strength is not difficult. We got a big hand here. Colby here with the pair of flush draw, coins here with the nut flush draw. And Chase with top pair and the king of diamonds in his hand is going to put the raise. All right, let's see if we get Colby here stuck in a really weird spot. That pure flush draw is going to put in the 3-bet here to 2.8K.
Like
Sicko. And Coin's going to beat him right into the pot here. He is going to make the call for 2.8K or 2.4K.
Let's go,
more.
Coins. Oh, Chase can't call this.
Yeah, like I said, Chase is totally stuck here in the spot. It's like I have a raise and I have an instant call. Colby in a way better spot though if he can get Chase out of this, because then he's just having to fade the ace. Or any of the. I mean, it's that there's how many diamonds already out here at this point that it's just. It'd be so sick if we go flush over flush in the spot, but Chase going to turn that chair around, maybe help his decision making. Always know I get a little blood flow here to the head sometimes.
Damn, last hand.
Well, he's thinking. And he's not wrong. But he's had such a magnificent session. I don't want him to just coin flip
cheddar
it
off
here.
some chips here with top pair.
Yeah.
I mean, he technically has the best hand, but the way this is played out, it just sort of feels he has to sit there and like, am I up against a set or an overpair somehow or some kind of combo draw?
Even
like
if it's a
7-5
combo draw.
diamonds, like it's such a grimy spot for Chase to be in because you really don't know what the hell Coins may have in this spot here. Like, that's kind of the mystery to him that we'll see if he makes a call for 1.7 more.
Have a good night, Andrew.
Still thinking here.
Was there a graphic error earlier? I thought I saw coins go all in, but that's not.
No. Well, it was graphic error because I think.
Oh, okay, got
you
it.
saw that the chips going so quickly that that the all-in chip didn't get thrown in. So
Yeah.
usually that's my number one
Like,
indicator.
literally just me missing.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, Coins is putting in a lot of chips for a diamond here. I mean, if Chase folds, Coins is pretty much committed. Wow.
So it's like,
And if you're
Bones, what do you
Kobe-
think here? And
I mean, yeah.
the coins will
Yeah.
take a sip. Hoping for a big card here on the turn. He is going to pair up a 9, which does give him some showdown value here. Colby is probably going to toss in his last 3.2K. Coins
Coins got a little bit of help.
is going to make the call. We got a 14K pot going on here in our 5-10 game. Will Coins smash the river? As we'll see. And it's a 9! It's a 9! Are you kidding me? Oh, my God!
Mike, I was literally going to say.
This game is so ridiculous sometimes. It makes no sense,
Mike,
but
I was literally going to say, what are you asking right now? Just cue it up. Just
cue it up. Cue it up. Oh, my goodness. This is so just unbelievable.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, I think my stomach really hurt just getting up so fast. Jesus.
Oh my goodness! What that might be the sickest hand we've had all year.
People don't play with coins, but I think one thing they should know about coins is that he doesn't give off an emotion. I mean, if he hits it, he hits it.
Yeah, he's not.
And if he misses it, he's like, good hand. I mean, the guy is such a cool guy.
He's not gonna get up there and like clap his hands. And
Yeah.
Like, yes. Like he's not
just-
one of those kind of dudes.
I mean, other than knowing that the river is going to be in his favor, other than that, I mean, he's a very mellow guy. But he knew that 9 was coming.
Colby
Didn't even
kinda-
think about it.
Yeah, you feel for Colby there in that spot.
For sure.
is,
We've all been
I mean,
there.
if you lose to a diamond, you lose to an ace, like that's
Yeah.
fine. But if you go running 9s,
Yep.
it feels just a little bit sicker. Oh boy, what a hand here is! I guarantee that will be on the highlight reel. That is the safest bet there may be. Oh goodness.
Coins is he's gonna need a brink truck. I don't think his sports car is gonna help carry that money out.
No, you might have to get one of these lockers here. That's probably what he's going to do. 781 live concurrents. If you enjoyed that hand, come on, smash that like button for your boy Mikey and Jay Wynn. Joining us here in commentary, producer Carolyn, junior producer Seth here actually as the dealer in this moment. He said he likes that title. I didn't want to be condescending or insulting, and he's like, no, I'm good with it. So Colby's probably not on suicide watch, but he is going to feel kind of sick, and that is a pretty gross way to lose a 14K pot. Big action here at Texas Card House. So Bone's going to take it now. But, I mean, it's so tough because the way the pot size, but like Colby only has one move, and he's got to get it in and coins.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's committed this much, like, he just can't be like, oh, okay, I fold. So,
Yeah, Van, I know what you're saying. I think the split was something like 75 to 25. He needed 9. You subtract all the diamonds out. I mean, there were not really that many outs, right? And so he only had about 20-something% equity heading into the river. So that was pretty tough.
straddle going to be put back on. There might be a seat open there, J1. You might be able to catch the post-stream badness if you're feeling up for it.
I am prepared.
You're like,
And
okay, hold on.
now
let me-
that these guys went 10 rounds in a heavyweight fight, I could probably go in there and scheme a little bit.
He's gotten up from his seat. He's about like, okay, I need to go to the cage. I'll be back here in a moment. E asking how much Colby was in for. I think he was in for like 5. That would be my best guess as to what he initially was in for. Somewhere, yeah. We go back to the beginning. It's a for 6. Yeah, I should always remember. Carolyn's word is as good as gold here. Or wait, is there as good as an IOU?
Jerry said that hand just paid for a service.
Go ahead and add it up.
All right. Carolyn says 6K, so I'll believe it. So, all right. Coins and Bones still here in the mix. Bones is ace high. Good. There's winner chicken dinner there for Bones. Decent pot for him. Tough to win one when Coins on a heater at this point in time.
Yeah. Blitzer asked how much Coins tip. I think we missed it on our side, but playing with him so much, I think he's by far one of the more generous tippers. I'm sure he'll take care of everybody.
He's a damn good man. That's
we got a gentleman in the back shaking his head enthusiastically. I think a lot of people agree there. Coins
I'll
takes
tell
care
you,
of people.
I never told this story, maybe to one or two people. It was close to Christmas time. He tossed me a little envelope, nice worded message and letter inside, just thanking the show, and a nice, way more generous tip than I probably deserve.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, just did it out of good. I was more appreciative of what
Yeah.
he said, of just like, hey, thanks for being
Yeah.
kind, and just Coins is a household name now, so I appreciated that much more than anything. So that's the kind of person that he is.
Sure.
That,
And extra points for not. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing on the felt, but like the special
like away
emotion,
from the,
right?
it's
Yeah,
like an
like
envelope, and I was just like,
right.
oh, you didn't have to do this, because
That's
it's
super
like,
cool.
wow, what a amazing guy. And
Yeah.
I figured at some point I would share it, but it was also just like, it's kind of one of
Yeah.
those things that you just respect people's privacy on.
Yeah.
That's
the cool thing about poker too. Like I think sometimes you just think it's like gambling, and people are just shoving their money left and right and drinking beers at the table, which
not wrong.
it's a part of
It's
it.
part of
Sure.
it.
I mean, sometimes it's Friday nights, and people are just saying, "Hey, I had a long week, and I just want to
Yeah, sometimes just
get
let
a little
loose.
rowdy."
We got plenty of people trying to let loose here. As we're gonna maybe be going
Yeah.
5 ways, 750 apiece between Chaz, Coins,
1, 2,
Bones,
3,
Andrew,
4.
and Pierre.
Ooh.
A 3.8K pot near the tail end of our stream right now. Everybody with a fairly good reason to be in there. Here we go. Let's
It's
see
a
if we get a
$4,000 pot. I see something.
Set of 9s for Andrew. Gutter ball for Pierre with backdoor clubs. Not much happening for anybody else. Andrew may recoup some losses here in this hand, and with 1.4K according to our calculations.
Andrew hasn't betted with his nutted hands earlier, and I hope he does now, because there are a lot of people that connected with this flop somehow.
Andrew going to 10x his life here and make a bet.
Yep. It's a 4K pot. He's getting somebody to call that. 500.
Somebody, maybe Coins. Yep, Coins is going to call. He is going to need some backdoors. And with 9:15 left, Andrew better hope he does not see an 8 here, because that. Oh no! It's going to be like 1,000 shove here for Andrew, and Coins can't fold here. What? At this pace.
Oh God.
He's just like
This is deja vu. 10 minutes ago, I stood up.
Can we do it?
All right, guys. We're all standing up, including super producer Carolyn.
Earmuffs, kids. Earmuffs, kids.
It's
Okay, it's twice, so maybe we'll get a scooper duper or a split. We shall see. As Coins does make the call for 9:15. We're going twice. Number 1. Seth, show me that card. It's a deuce. It's blank. and a jack, so they will chop it up. So poor Andrew was thinking, we're sitting here thinking, man, he's going to scoop this whole thing, but he is still going to get a healthy dose of profit because it was 5-way action with 750 on that. So, yeah, hey, he still comes out all right after the hand is completed. So we ran it twice. That was the result.
I didn't expect this.
Yeah. I was not expecting this game. Like when Carol told me the lineup, I'm like, okay, that'll probably be decent. And then it just kind of emerged. Once we got Westgate and Matt in here, I think that was. He was an OG on the list, so we were able to get Andrew and Pierre. Pierre, I think, was also an OG, and then I don't know. Some of this stuff I don't. This is such an incredible show here tonight. Like it is just. Sometimes you get a gift from the poker gods to take in the finest poker action at all the land here in TCH Austin. As Coin's always a star. We will not do the sound effects off a split pot, though. That just doesn't seem right. He's got to win the whole shabab to earn all of that. And all right. We might have a hand or two left, I think. We're getting awfully close here to the end. Come on, let's get a rush of likes here. Let's storm the likes. 50 more to go to Poco 300. As we've got to raise up by coins. Pure Pete. Kind of a quiet night for Pete. I would have thought in this lineup there was some. He was semi-cart, and it's kind of same with Anderson that he had a lot of good holdings and early, and that's primarily where his action was. And Pete didn't have a ton of primos or good situations to work with, and to his credit, as you look to his left, it was not a fun. It was probably the least fun place on the table to be. You've got three really good aggressive players, and then you got coins directly to there. Okay, but he got a flop here, though, J1.
Let's see.
And everybody will continue. Big card here for
get
Pete.
There. Wow.
Turns nuts here, as.
I think this should kill the action right here.
Yeah. Nope. Is Coin's going to take one more card here with the 6. He's going to let it ride. Oh, God. Don't do it, Coins. Just press fold. Just let it go. But here we go. Queen on the end. So.
You know what would be funny?
What?
If the river card was a 6 of hearts.
That would have been just a.
I know.
Well, or 6 of diamonds, I guess. He has the 6 of hearts, but.
No, but if the river card was a 6 of hearts, doesn't that kill the hand? Yeah, of course. Now that.
Not from our perspective, Jay. When you've got a twisted sense of humor, man. Now you've gone too far.
I know somebody's going to get in trouble, but that's how you know he's running good.
Oh, yeah.
When the hand needs to...
that would be the end of our stream if that happened. No, it just... But it would have been easily picked up on, too, because it just... Producers would have picked up on that pretty quick. But that would be funny for a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's already checks and balances. Got it.
Yeah. That's why when at dealers, you're always trying to do the stub counts, check just to make sure that you don't have any duplicates. Sometimes you hear horror stories. I remember I heard a story once in the Hollywood casino that somebody they once had a hand where player had ace of spades in his hand, and it was like in a big tournament or something like that too. So. We try to keep all of those mistakes to, zero. Again, don't forget our monthly main event, monthly re-entry, happening this Sunday here at Texas Card House. It is WPT Steps 2. Want to make sure we get the word out there that Pirelli has been maybe looking for a little bigger tournament here at TCH on Sunday. Here you go. Come on out, 30-minute levels, 30K starting stacks, the re-entry event. Check out the deets on TexasCardHouse.com. And we'll be live streaming the table Because this looks like this is our last hand of the night. Apparently, we're going to be walking right into a thunderstorm as soon as we get out of here. So that's warning and watches out galore. All right, King 10.
Hey,
If you had
chat.
Go ahead.
I already talked to you guys. 3-4 is the nuts.
Yes, and that is the run out that
Matt Steamdola has his 8 of spades.
you're the 3-4
Minus
guy.
3-4.
Now.
Especially if it's suited.
We'll call it the J1.
Suited
It has
cards.
been Christian here on the stream. Your lady friends that's super entertained with tonight's stream. Fun listening to Jay and Mike's commentary. Heck yes.
I love my wife pumping me up. That's my wife.
Yeah.
Her compliment
I
doesn't
think it'd be
count.
one of those wife type of deals.
Everybody needs a hype man. She's mine.
Well, there we see the count here at the end.
Wow, this
So
game
much
was
money
great.
here on the table is.
I know.
Max coming in here late, it looks like, because. Well, that is going to wrap things up. As you see, our floor man Sam tossed in the regular deck and going to toss out the RFID. We had an awesome freaking stream here tonight. Thank you so much to producer Carolyn, our dealers, floors, everybody here. Jwin at Jwin Poker. Follow him now. Do it now.
Yes.
I'm Mike Emblett. Do talking. Say so long, everybody. Words of the great Mike Sexton. May all your cards be live. Your pots be monsters. Good night, y'all.
It would be my luck. I don't think that would be a check. I don't know, I think maybe.
Thank you, everyone, for the tips. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you, everyone.